All right. Hello, everyone. It's Ryan, the gaming lawyer. And today I'll be playing the role of DM G-Law. That's Dungeon Master G-Law, not DMG Law. I don't know if that's a thing. There's probably a law firm named that. Anyway, welcome to our first ever Session 1 Dungeons & Dragons stream. We're going to be playing a published adventure for 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons called Lost Mine of Phandelver. Lost Mine of Phandelver is... It's the adventure that was published with the launch of 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons, so it's an appropriate adventure for newcomers, and we do have a couple of newcomers to Dungeons & Dragons, and we also have a couple people that have played a whole lot of Dungeons & Dragons. So for those who are new to D&D, you may learn some things in this stream, because in some ways this is going to be acting as kind of a tutorial for some people as they're learning D&D for the first time. And also, it's going to be a bit of a learning experience because we are using Fantasy Grounds, which is a pretty robust virtual tabletop that's very specially geared towards running online role-playing games, or running tabletop role-playing games online. And it's got a bit of a learning curve. Even me, I go a few weeks between sessions, and I've got to kind of relearn it each time. So most of the people playing here have very little experience, aside from we did some work on a session 0. So this is going to be all about starting our session off with an adventure that's geared towards new players, but it's also well regarded as a very good, solid D&D-ish D&D adventure. Very highly regarded for even experienced players. Really dig the story and everything that's in it. It has a lot of great D&D ingredients. So just because it's a beginner adventure doesn't mean it's watered down in terms of Dungeons & Dragons fun. So, let's see here. I'm going to give you a little background about the adventure. It takes place in the Forgotten Realms setting, which is more or less the standard Dungeons & Dragons setting for most of the games and tons of books and everything else. So if you've played Baldur's Gates or Neverwinter Nights or anything like that, that takes place in the Forgotten Realms. And as a matter of fact, the adventure is launched from Neverwinter. And you can see I put up a picture of Neverwinter looking in rather a poor state. So the background to this is, at this current stage in the history of Neverwinter, I guess about 40 years ago now, 40, 50 years ago, there was a volcano, like a magic, devastating volcanic eruption that devastated Neverwinter and essentially shut it down. Like a rift opened up down the center, demonic creatures came out, half the city fled, the other half died almost instantly, and Neverwinter has been mostly unoccupied for like the last 50 years almost. And it wasn't until the last, 5 years or so that they've reopened trade with the region and reset roots. There have been sort of settlers in there for 10, 20 years trying to rebuild it. They finally got it stable to a point where it's now getting back up on its feet. And one of the people involved in that is a dwarf named Gundren Rockseeker. He's him and his two brothers, Nundro and Thardan, they're businessmen. And Gundren is interested in business, but they're from the Rockseeker clan, and they were hurt really bad by this explosion. The whole region got decimated by this. And they came here not to get rich, but to help rebuild. And they use their business savvy to help rebuild, but they're really here to help the region. And yeah, they are businessmen. They look for opportunities, but they're always looking for opportunities that can grow their business, but also play matchmaker, build the region back up, get the infrastructure back up, and help build it. And he is the centerpiece for this adventure, because all of the adventurers, all the players here, all the characters have some background with Gundren Rockseeker that have brought them all together to help him with a very special job. And so that's the basic setup. And what I'd like to do now is give everybody a chance to introduce themselves. I think I'm going to go. I've got their portraits set up from left to right, and if you're ready, the first one on the list is Amanda, who's playing the role of Iris Moonwisp.
Hello, I am Amanda, playing Iris Moonwisp, of course. I'm a wood elf. I'm about 175 years old. I'm the last of my tribe. I'm a ranger. I know Gundren Rockseeker because I've kind of been in the area in the woods around where he travels around, and I've helped him out with some things in the past, and he's helped me out with some things in the past. I'm also a member of the Emerald Enclave. And this is my first time playing D&D, so yay!
Yep, and I don't mean to out you here, but Amanda is my in real life wife. So
Yes.
she's this is a very big deal. She's been interested in playing D&D forever. I've been playing it since high school, and I've talked it up, and she's been wanting to play for a long time. So this is like your big foray into D&D for the first time. So a round of applause for the.
So of course it needs to be on the internet.
Yeah, of course it's got to be broadcast on the internet. For let me see, we have Nick. How many people are watching right now? Possibly 6 concurrent viewers, most of which are us. Anyways, well, thank you for that great introduction, Amanda. And next up, we have got Brad playing Samir. Well, why don't you tell them who you are, Brad?
I'm internet celebrity Brad Pritchard, and I'll be portraying the elvish wizard Samir Nasturdir. Formerly a priest of Ogma, still on good terms with Ogma, tied to the priesthood. Moved down to Neverwinter, where he's been working and studying at a library that was created by Gundren here. I told him I was about to get out of here, and he told me just to wait for a little bit. He's got something I need to do for him, so I'm just gonna find out what that is, and then move on with my life.
All right, thank you for that. Internet celebrity Brad Pritchard, ladies and gentlemen. It's a treat to have him with us. Mr. Ethan with is it Tarek or Tarek?
Tarek.
Tarek, okay.
Yeah, so I'm Ethan. I will be Tarek. I am a Lightfoot halfling. My aunt thinks because Gundren's a pretty good fella, he comes by every once in a while to visit my aunt's farm in Phandelver, and she thinks that I could benefit by tagging along with him on a couple of jobs he has and keeping me out of trouble. What she doesn't realize is that I have been part of the Red Brands, and as far as I'm concerned, she will never find that out.
And for context, that's Phandelver is the name of the town where the adventure is going to take place. And the Red Brands are a local gang that it's been pestering the town, and that's a little secret out of his background that his aunt doesn't know about. So there we go. A little bit of intrigue baked right into Tarek there. And Joss.
Hello, I'm Joss. Hi. I'm playing Varys. I'm playing a half-elf from Neverwinter Wood. I was born and raised in a monastery, and I've not really been outside of the woods. Gundren comes and visits and trades and has been trying to convince me to leave, but so far I haven't left yet.
All right, and at the point that this adventure starts, everyone will have made their way to Neverwinter. So, but that was Varys's background. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, he introduces me to Nick's character who hasn't been introduced yet.
Yeah. So Gundren became basically the doorway that opened up Varys to the wider world.
Yes.
And Nick, why don't you introduce yourself?
So I'm Nick. I'm playing Ingwielda, Bjorn's daughter. Most people call me Ursa because they can't be bothered with like that Regedic name. I'm from the Reged Glacier up in north. I used to be the daughter of the kind of spiritual leader of the tribe. And when they started turning to this kind of frost maiden Oriole and turning away from the bear spirit, my father decided to challenge the tribe leader in honorable combat to kind of like contest this transition. My father ended up dying, and I decided that, like, well, if the tribe is not going to follow the bear spirit, there's no point in me being here. Either something bad's going to happen to me, or I'm going to have to end up trying to challenge this person, and I'm just going to die likewise because I'm not as strong as my father. So I ended up going south, finding my way towards Neverwinter, where I was doing odd jobs and stuff like that in the city. And one day I'm like, someone is kind of hosing me over the cost of items, because apparently down here they deal in the cost of like the trade of like shiny like golden discs for whatever reason. Like that really means anything. And someone is trying to like cheat me out of some money. So Gundren kind of came by and started showing me the ropes of what city life is like. And so I've been doing kind of odd jobs for Gundren, the Harpers, and other folk in town. And one day they have me go out to the woods and pick up this young elf named Varys and kind of show him to the city, and occasionally watch his back and just make sure he's not getting into trouble, which not a big deal. I was this going to end up being a shaman for my tribe. I'm used to watching over people.
All right, cool. Thanks for that, Nick. And so we have Ursa and Varys, who know each other, maybe not for a long time, but they're coming into this acquainted with each other, and so when Gundren got Varys out of the monastery, Ursa was sort of like he played matchmaker to have them team up so he could have somebody watching his back. So Gundren himself, he's not an adventurer. He travels widely, and sometimes arguably foolishly, because he'll wander from town to town, sometimes even just by himself. He's not naive, but he's very sort of happy-go-lucky, and he tends to just get along with everyone. So, but that sort of thing has gotten him in trouble from time to time. But he's not a warrior. So if he's sending people out where, in danger, or who are not sure-footed about traveling, this region has become kind of wild especially since Neverwinter fell. The last several decades, the region's been pretty wild. So, adventures like these are good people to have around and to be friends with, for sure. Let me get the all right, let's get the general map up. So I have here a map of the region. So you can see here in the upper left is Neverwinter. This little wagon icon represents our party. And whoa, okay. I didn't realize everyone could touch the wagon, but yeah. So the wagon will be our marker on this map to say where we're gonna be, basically. And the adventure opens with Gundren Rockseeker has assembled all of the adventurers. One by one, he sought them out. They happen to be near Neverwinter, and he's been very excited. He says he's come across sort of like a once in a lifetime opportunity, and he won't say what it is. He says specifically he needs to be very careful and very secretive about it until it gets set up. But he wants the adventurers to help him in this endeavor. And what he's hired them to do initially is he's assembling a cart of supplies. It looks like some barrels of food and pickaxes and mining supplies. That the Rockseekers have a background of being a mining clan, even though their businesses have diversified since then into more trade type works. They're miners at heart, their clan, and they're assembling this wagon full of supplies, and he needs the party to escort the supplies to the town of Phandelver, which is down here in the bottom right. There's a sort of main road goes north and south, and off the side road you see in the bottom right is Phandelver. Phandelver is a town that was itself unsettled for a very long time. It had a very turbulent history. Even before Neverwinter fell, Phandalin was mostly abandoned. And it in the last 5 or 10 years or so, people have started to come back in to resettle it, set up farming, and Phandalin, first and foremost, is a mining town. That's sort of the main industry of Phandalin. So especially with trade shut down in the area, there was no one was interested in mining in Phandalin because no one nearby was buying it. No trade routes, no traders were going through. But as Neverwinter came back up on its feet, that side trail became a pretty busy trade pass. So Phandalin got rebuilt up. So we basically, Gundren needs the party. He's offered them collectively 100 gold pieces, which that's a lot of money in D&D land. Maybe by the time you get like super high level and you're super powerful, maybe 100's not a lot, but like a room at a nice inn is not even a gold a night. It's like half a gold. A good meal, you could spend 1 gold and buy a nice meal for everybody at the table. So 100 gold for a trip that promises only to be maybe 3 or 4 days is not bad. And Gundren has said, and he does trust the adventurers, but he doesn't want to tell them what it is because he says he needs to keep it a secret. And in fact, the night before, or a couple days before they're all supposed to leave, when he was going to meet them in the tavern to finalize the arrangements, he came into this tavern and he looked disturbed. He looked anxious, and he said, "There's been a change of plans. I'm going to have to leave tonight, and you'll need to follow me later, but I need to leave town tonight, and I need to go quickly. I've got a friend who's a knight who's going to be escorting me, and we're going to travel fast, and we're going to go to Phandalin. And once you're there, I want you to drop them off there's a provisioners in town, and then meet me at the inn. And once you're there and we're out of the big city and there are less ears listening, there's a lot more that I need to tell you. And there's a lot more potential help that you can be for me if you're willing to go further from there." And in a rush, which is totally unlike him. He's normally not anxious. He's not like this, but he rushes out of the tavern, and you can see waiting by the door, there's someone, looks like an older, maybe in his early 50s. There's a man in armor, watching the door and escorting him out, and they rush out into the night, and then he takes off. And it's still going to be about a day and a half for the supplies to be compiled at his shop. He's got people gathering the supplies. And so the adventure begins on the road. It's a day and a half later. The group is on the road. They've made their way down the high road. And this is getting late afternoon into the second day. They're a couple hours off of the high road when they come across something kind of troubling. So they've got this wagon. Now, first of all, let me share this map with everyone. All right, can everybody see the map?
Yes.
I can.
All right. And I'm going to get your characters out here.
Shit, there's an escarpment. We're fucked.
I mean, carbs sound delicious to me.
You know about escarpments, huh?
I've heard a lot of bad things. The books that Samir Nastardir has read, he doesn't have much real world knowledge. He's heard about escarpments.
All right. So, look, first, what I'd like to establish is set up a little bit of a marching order as you guys are like maybe one person sitting on the wagon. And let me see, do I have your characters unlocked? Can you move your characters? Okay, good.
Yep.
I know by
I
default.
feel like as the shortest character, I will have the shortest stride and want to ride in the wagon.
Okay. So you can put them up like on the square where the seat is. And then and the rest of you can sort of decide how you would be situated in relation to the wagon as you go down the road. And that's I think each square here is 5 feet.
I
I'm
think I
talking to the
would
pony.
walk beside the wagon.
I'll be striding out ahead, keeping an eye out for danger.
All right. So I'm going to do a little crude drawing here for what you guys see. So up ahead, right where the road is narrowest, almost blocking the road, you got to use your imagination here. The corpses of 2 horses laying over the road. And you immediately recognize one of them as Gundren's horse.
I'll hold up a hand to stop the carriage.
And since I'm driving, I guess I'll go ahead and halt the wagon.
We've got trouble up ahead.
What kind of trouble?
Dead horses. I think one of them was Gundren's.
That sounds very bad.
I expect danger.
Perhaps we should find another way around.
I think it should be investigated. There's not many other ways around. This seems a choke point.
I'll move up just a little.
Perhaps we could have someone go on the north side of this little hill, someone on the south, and I'll go down the center.
Iris, was
Well-
it? Should we go up?
Hmm?
I was
I don't know
asking
if I-
Iris if we should go up.
Hmm.
Probably.
Oh.
I would think.
So I guess I'll try to head up north to here.
Where should I go?
Yeah, you can go with Varys, come with me, or go south.
I'm going south, Tim. You would be most welcome to join me.
Okay, which. I'll go on the north side.
Okay.
Once they're kind of in position, I'll start creeping forward down the road slowly.
Well, and let's say just Ethan, are you still on the wagon? Just want to make sure you just haven't not moved, like you're planning to do something but haven't yet.
I think I'm going to go ahead and stay in the wagon for now. Actually, I'll go ahead and
Cowardice.
jump out of the wagon. Just kind of put the wagon to the side of me.
Okay. And so
G-Law, am I able to get up on this hill? It looks pretty heavily wooded, and there's also brush escarpment path. I can't really tell what's going on down here.
yeah, that's sort of the edge there. And you could try to get up on the hill. Basically, it's going to take either a strength or a dexterity check. Or actually, what would be...
All right, I can probably manage a dexterity check, so I'm not averse to this.
Okay. Give me a sec.
If you truly need help, I can lift you up.
Thank you.
Give me a sec here. I need everybody to tell me what, let's see, what's be called your passive perception.
I've got a 13.
And your passive perception,
It's on the main page, next in that little section called senses. There is one that says PERC for perception. And
Okay.
It'll be a number.
yeah, it's in that center section in the middle.
My perception
15.
is 13.
10.
Where do I see that?
So on your character sheet, there's a tab called
Right.
main.
Yes.
In the center, kind of like to the right where it says abilities, there's a senses tab. And there will be a PERC with that little box with a number in it.
I have a 15. Sorry. Thank you.
All right.
There is just a quick question here. There's a little plus at the top of that box that has the perception number in it. Does that mean something?
All the boxes have pluses next to them for them.
Oh, you're right. They do. Why do they all have pluses?
I don't know. I don't know what happens if you click it. Nothing seems to happen if you click it.
I'm scared to touch anything.
That might be an auto-generated number then. Because it seems like we can't touch those numbers and mess with them, but like we could potentially touch our attributes and mess with them. So maybe it's like a locked off box.
All right. And I need everyone now to roll for initiative. And so to roll for initiative, there's actually on that same page, on your character sheet, there's a thing that says init. And there's a little die there. You can either drag it onto the die board. There you go.
Pretty mediocre.
And all right. So as you're all approaching, suddenly it's a goblin.
Stupid
In the bushes.
bush goblin.
Can you guys see where he is?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
He goes, ow, 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 and he takes out a short bow and he takes aim at Iris. And just so you know, with the I did a series of rolls right now, and this is an ambush, and everyone in the group is surprised. So the ambush was I had the enemy do a stealth check that worked against your passive perception. And if their stealth check beat your passive perception, then you're surprised for the first round. And it's specifically because the enemy is hidden. The enemy is prepared. The enemy sees you coming. And while you guys are like something fishy's going on, you're not prepped the same way that they are. And so by them succeeding at their stealth check, they successfully surprised everyone. Any one of you could have potentially, if depending on your different scores, could have not been surprised. But in this case, everybody is surprised, which means the first round of combat, none of you get to take a turn, which is not good.
Got this level 1
Defend
adventure
myself.
right.
Bush Goblin statement.
Do speak Goblin though. Can I, without a turn, can I try to just ask them to be nicer to us?
No, but you could, when you heard him go, you heard him say, "Get him!"
Guys, they're trying to get us. I would be very careful if I were you.
That is important information. Thank you for sharing.
All right, so so Iris, you get hit and take
Dang
4 points of
it.
damage by his arrow. Another one suddenly
sorry,
pops
Iris,
behind a
what did you
bush,
say?
further back. And he also takes a shot at you.
Holy God, no.
Cheese and crackers.
And you're down.
Well, guys, it was fun.
So, what happens when you're down is you go into kind of a death struggle mini game. And I think it's set to automatically at the end of each, or at each turn, you'll roll what's called a death save. And it's a D20, and I think it happens automatically. If it doesn't, then I can have you guys roll them as it comes up. But basically, each turn you'll roll a death save, and if it's 10 or greater, it's a pass. If it's less than 10, it's a fail. And basically, 1st to 3 is whether you stabilize or die. So if you fail 3, you die. If you pass 3, you stabilize and you're unconscious at 0 hit points, but you're not dead. At any point, somebody can come over to you and try to stabilize, use their turn to do a medicine check to try to stabilize you. Also, if you take any magic healing, you'll actually be conscious again. If someone does a cure spell on you and you get 1 point of damage back, you'll actually come back to consciousness and be able to fight again. So just because you hit 0 doesn't mean you're dead. And there's still a lot of fighting, like a chance to get you back up on your feet again. But
I've gone south.
it's it's not a fun way to start a combat. So I'm sorry that happened to you. It's your first real Dungeons and Dragons combat, and you're already on the ground bleeding
And
out.
this is what Gelon does to people he likes.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
this is a beginner's
I
adventure.
like him. I know. Kidding. He's awesome.
All these
Why
years
are
of
the
service,
other
you got this.
people unconscious on the combat tracker? Samir
they-
and Ferris.
Oh, they've been
Oh.
fighting with each other. Let me get rid of that.
If you could unconscious me, please.
Okay, no one's unconscious. All right.
Well, one person's unconscious.
I'm gonna have to remove that. Yeah, because they were playing with the combat tracker before the session, and I didn't have any bad guys on the board, so they just all targeted each other and started rolling damage rolls.
No, Samir targeted Varys, so I got restitution.
That's correct. Varys was dead well before he could respond, but the Ursa bastard took care of me.
So another goblin pops out. His short bow out, tries to hit Ursa, and misses.
Yay.
All favors.
Another one pops out here. He's at the top of the escarpment.
I told you escarpments
Yep.
were bad, everyone.
Yeah, you knew it was bad. Takes a shot at Ursa and misses.
Only barely.
All right, we're in the second round. And now we have a combat order established. So first, that first goblin gets to go now, but now as your turns come up, you guys you know what's going on at this point. All right. Ouch. So Goblin takes a shot, hits Ursa. And
Ursa, are you all right?
now Tarek. Tarek is the first person, the first player to get to actually take a combat action in our campaign.
Well, Tarek is going to draw his short bow and take a shot at Goblin 2.
All right, there's Goblin 2.
Trying to remember how to select him as a target.
Oh,
Like,
it was.
do the
Looks
function.
like you got them all selected at this point. But if you just hit Control and left click them, it will target. And if you do it again, it'll untarget. There you go. So he's targeted.
And then we're going to go ahead and take a shot. Hopefully.
And that was a miss.
Yep.
So, and again, in 5th edition, the basic ingredient of a combat round is a movement and an action, and you can do them in whatever order you want. So the attack was an action. You can, if you would like, still move, or you can call it a round.
I'm going to move to there.
All right. All right, Goblin 3 takes a shot at Ursa and misses.
I'm gonna lay here and bleed for a bit longer.
You're
Continue.
just gonna stay down there.
Yeah, resting up, thinking about stuff.
Goblin 2 takes a hit at Ursa and
We're all
hits.
gonna die.
Ursa is heavily wounded.
Jesus.
Hey, Ursa.
All right,
Feel
Samir.
better. Thoughts and prayers.
My turn?
It is your turn, Samir.
Okay, seeing as we are in just a dire situation, I'm going to use one of my spell slots. However, I'm going to cast Magic Missile at Goblin 2. However, I literally cannot. I can't aim at any enemies. It says read only on the map for me, so I can't do. I don't. I could move my character obviously, but I don't. I mean,
You've targeted
Am I
him.
targeted him?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
you targeted him.
Okay, so there's Magic Missile has 3 shots, right? And
Yes.
if I'm just targeting at him, so I could split them if I wanted to. I do not. All 3 hit him as it's set up now.
Yeah. He's
Okay,
targeted.
then I will. Great.
You can just
Oh, no.
roll.
Now he's untargeted.
He's
Oh, now
There
he's
you go.
targeted.
great. Just a
And
moment.
There's a blood drop by your magic missile on your actions
It is.
list.
I was trying to see where it was in my hotkeys, but my hotkeys are covered up by something that shouldn't even be open. All right, there we go. Magic Missile is my F5. Off we go.
All right.
That only hit once.
Right. You have to hit it 3 times.
Okay, great. So I will hit it again.
All right. One more.
Still alive, huh?
And he's down.
Yeah, that's how that feels.
So, hey, little revenge there. And so just so you know how this whole dying struggle for death thing works when it comes to your enemies, basically what we would consider trash mobs are when they hit 0, we're just going to call them dead.
We're calling these trash mobs. They've basically murdered 2 of my friends here.
Goblin 2 is maybe if you'd gotten to know Goblin 2, he could have become a character of consequence.
No,
But
he's garbage.
At this point, he's just a random goblin, and he's down.
So anytime your name is followed by a number, it's not a good thing. It's a good thing we don't have like any sort of
They're like red
Renwick
shirts.
the
Yeah, they
Third.
just go down. So,
But,
but well
Ryan,
done. First,
can I still move?
yeah, you can. You go up to 6 squares.
I'm running the fuck away since I'm squishy. It's here.
Plan.
This is not moving on the grid, unfortunately.
It's moving for us. I can
I'm
see
It's
it
seeing-
moving, but it's not moving on the grid. It's moving in sub parts of the grid. So I need to count first and then move, I think.
Oh, yeah.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I'm gonna stand back here.
Good chat.
Yeah, all right, good deal. And then you hit that end turn thing at the bottom when you're
Oh, sorry.
officially done.
I've forgotten where that is.
It's on the combat tracker.
Yeah, the combat tracker open.
I don't have the combat tracker open, but I can.
Oh,
Now
yeah,
I
you should
do.
definitely.
I should.
There you go. And Varys.
So I will see Iris get immediately dropped in a panic. I'm gonna 1, 2, 3 step there. And then I'm going to Toll the Dead. If I can.
Hey, it failed.
Yes, it did.
No.
Well, I think now you get to pick up your damage dice and drop it, and we'll automatically damage it.
Yeah, the goblin failed. It's saving
Yes, it's not.
throw.
It's not that you failed. It's that the goblin failed to resist your spell.
Yeah, no, that's good for you.
1d8.
Yay.
6. Necrotic.
Oh, you need to actually do the damage. I'll apply it manually. Was it a D8? Did you roll a D6? No, I got it. You rolled a 6, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to count that as the roll.
Okay, sorry.
But I'm just going to apply it manually. So let's see. Going to put 6 on that guy. All right. And all right. That you could still move more if you want for some reason.
Oh no, I want to stay there.
Okay. And then you can end your turn.
Yes.
Are you ready?
And there we go.
All right. Goblin number 4 hits Ursa. Ursa's
no turns for
down.
me.
Ursa's down.
Ow.
I've been playing too much Elden Ring. This is horrible.
And it looks like, okay. Let's get to the next. Looks like I don't have it set to do death rolls automatically. So I need Iris. I need you to roll a 20.
Roll a 20. Okay.
Okay.
How's a 13 look?
All right.
I take partial responsibility for all of this damage that was done to us. I forgot to give the good advice I use in playing Civilization of shoot him. Shoot him in the face.
Got to shoot him in the face. It's a very time-honored tactic that
Yeah.
you've developed over the years. I have great admiration for it.
It's won me many a battle, but I forgot to share my wisdom. I apologize.
All right, so each of you has one success in your struggle for life and death. And let's see, Goblin 1. Goblin 1, you just hear this weird twang, and the arrow just goes off into the bushes.
I point and laugh.
He said very bad words, Brad. Your character understood.
Varys, that goblin is cursing at you. I recommend doing something about it.
I'll have more to fear than
Uh,
I yelled it. I'm only like 20 feet away from you. You can probably hear me.
Tarek, you are up.
All right, so my previous target's down, so I'm going to switch target to Goblin 1. Knock an arrow and see if we hit.
You hit.
He's
And he is down. I think actually as I'm just going to drag these guys into the corpse pile. So we're keeping track of them, but they're not at a glance you'll know who's still active on the map. The guys in the corpse pile are not active. All right, Goblin 3. Tries to shoot at Varys. It's like, and he says bad words at his arrows as it flies
Hey,
off.
Varys, that goblin's talking about your mother.
I'm too distracted to care.
All right, Iris, why don't you roll a 20 now? Is there an actual death save button?
Yeah, it's on the main page. Next to your hit points and hit die, there's like a little death saves with a D20 button that you can just kind of click. And it'll even automatically apply the success or failure.
ooh.
Oh, critical success counts as 2.
No, a critical success gives you one. You heal 1 hit point,
Hey,
Oh,
I'll
you're-
take what I can get.
which means you're back in the fight.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for that. I thought it just counted as 2, but critical means you're not only are you stabilized, but you have 1 hit point and you're conscious again. Yeah,
Well, Angie actually gets to take a turn right now.
does she get to take turn right now?
Yeah, you make the death saves at the start of your turn, so that depending
right.
on how well you go, you actually get a chance to.
So you're on the ground. You're on the ground.
Position.
What's that?
Can I attempt to shoot Goblin 3 in the face from the ground?
You can stand up and then shoot the goblin.
Okay, I wasn't.
It's just
sure if I
going
was
to
allowed
take.
stand up yet.
It'll just take some of your move. What does it take? Half your movement to stand up?
It halves your speed for the round, but yeah.
Okay.
I'm okay with that. So I'm gonna try to shoot Goblin 3 in the face.
And it looks like you've got yourself targeted. So before we get
Oh, I don't want myself targeted.
here, I'm going to clear your targets. Why don't you do that again?
Okay.
All right.
Okay. And then to shoot them, I go to my actions page.
Yes. And there's an attack and a damage. And first you're going to hit the attack to see if you hit.
Which button looks like which? I'm sorry.
Oh, that's
It'll
all
be
right.
the one that looks like a die with a plus
Go
number
with a plus
next to it.
5? Okay.
Yeah.
So click on that.
Oh, you hit.
And then I do the D8 plus 3 for piercing damage
Yep.
Well, wait. How are you attacking them?
with my longbow.
Oh, okay, I've got the wrong thing up. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, he's dying.
He's down. He's dead. He's on the pile. So.
Yay! Enjoy the pile, jerkface. Oh, and now I need to remember to end my turn. Is that the thing at the... No,
You have the combat tracker open?
I do.
So the bottom of the combat tracker. Bottom left. There you
Here we
go.
go. Turn complete.
All right.
Thank you for
So
your patience.
Goblin 2 continues to be dead. Samir.
Well, I think I'll. Ray of Frost is applicable for up to 60 feet. Looks like I'm only 50 feet away from Goblin 4, so I'm gonna try to hit him with a Ray of Frost.
All right, do it.
I don't think I did a very good job.
Nope.
And I'm going to. So, having failed that, I will continue my cowardly running away to hide behind the carriage.
Yeah, and hiding behind the carriage, we could consider you in full cover if you want it to be in terms of not being a target for arrows.
I don't want to be a target.
Varys.
Okay, my attack failing and seeing those two drop in front of me, the two goblins that is, I'll just lay a hand on Iris here and say a quick prayer and cure wounds.
And you do need to target her.
First level spell. I think I just did.
I don't see
No.
that you have
There we
anyone
go.
targeted. You still don't. Iris has targeted herself. I think you can just
Anything.
I just controlled right clicked her.
left click. Left click.
Control left click.
Yeah, yeah.
There's
sorry,
always a,
that's
there's a
what I'm
clear
doing.
targets
Touch
button up
right.
at the top of the interface as well. If you just have
Okay, let's clear
cleared
targets.
yourself, that should work.
And then,
I think you can
There we
target
go.
on the combat tracker too, right?
for some reason, I can click her icon and like act as her,
Oh,
weird.
yeah. So
which is what I just did.
you made her active. So you made her target herself. But now I do
Yeah.
see that you have her targeted as Varys.
Okay, so lay a hand
I
on
was
her.
feeling puppety.
Guys, a first level cure wounds.
All right. And
Thank you.
so Iris is
Just
back
me
up.
laying
Yeah.
my hand and doing a quick prayer on her.
Nice.
Maybe Goblin
then-
4 is going to put you right back down, though.
Goblin 4 can suck it.
And then I am going to 1, 2,
And it will be unpleasant.
4, 5. Oh, and that's my turn. Let me.
All right. So as the goblins look at everyone else falling, and then he sees that one of the people you brought down is back on his feet and then killed the goblin. The last one's like, ah, da da papas, and he screams and he just starts fleeing.
Hey guys, he said, "Fuck this shit, I'm out." So I think he's gonna go away.
Feels like a goblin thing to say.
Hold
How
on a
much
sec.
movement
Let me
does
see.
he have?
Let me see what his movement is.
Sweet. But it's quick.
All right. So, and that's one thing too, is when you have an action and a movement, but any turn you can choose to use your action to move further. It's called, what's it called? Not
Dash.
sprinting. Dash. It's called using your action to dash. It's basically, it's your movement speed all over again. So if you can normally move 30 feet and then take an action, you can move 30 feet and as an action move another 30 feet. And that is what this goblin has done. He's taken off into the thicket.
Sorry, out of combat.
Well, I'm still dying.
You sort of can be. Or we could stay. I mean, you could try to chase him if you wanted to chase him, but he looks like he's done. He's done with this
Not
combat.
with my short little legs, I couldn't.
So it's sort of up to you at this point whether you want it to be. Do you want to be considered in combat? Oh yeah, why don't you use a death save, Ursa?
All right. There's the nat 20.
Ursa's back up.
Nice.
I guess I'll stand back up and brush myself off.
All right. And it's Tarek's turn. At any point now, you guys can decide we're not in combat anymore. Or you can, if you want to like continue interacting in some way, or you think there's more in the bushes and you want to stay combat ready, you can, sort of up to you guys. But at this point, by all appearances, combat is over unless somehow you manage to chase after the goblin.
Well, since Varys is on an escarpment and can see a little bit higher vantage point than I can, I'm going to call out to Varys and ask if he sees any more.
Just one of these devils fleeing. Unless I can roll perception or something.
Yeah, go ahead and roll perception. What, are we out of combat?
I'm not chasing him. I didn't know where he went. I was dead at the time.
I was going to chase him on my turn.
I'm hiding behind a carriage.
All I
and
see
will
is
be
one
happy
fleeing.
for combat to be over.
Yeah, we'll just say he says you can't see where the goblin. Varys can't see the goblin, but he knows essentially exactly where he is because he was literally a fraction of a second behind a bush.
I'm all
So
in favor at this point of not being in combat because from my vantage point, I don't see anything. So I'm going to hold action and see what the rest of the party does.
okay, Iris, you gonna do anything?
I'm still taking deep breaths and getting reacquainted with being upright. I don't feel like chasing anyone at this point.
Do you want to move somewhere other than where you are?
It depends on if the group is moving past the dead horses or not. Otherwise, I'll just go ahead and hang out here for a minute.
All right. Okay.
Gather myself.
All right. You go ahead and end your turn.
I'm looking at the dead goblin too.
He's continues to be dead. Samir?
I will. It is in my turn. I feel I'm a man of, or an elf of peace. I see no reason to hunt down misguided goblins.
And are you saying that to the rest of the group?
I'm proclaiming it to all who are listening,
Okay.
including 2 horses.
All right. Varys, you're up.
Okay, I'm going to look behind and I guess see no goblins. And since I saw this one run, I'm just going to go right there to the edge and look and see if I can see him.
We could say you could tell he's there. We'll call him in partial concealment because you don't have a full view on him, but you haven't lost him as you watched him go into the bushes. So you could still make out where he is. But if you were going to try and take a ranged attack at him that requires a hit, you're going to do so with a penalty.
Okay, I'll just stay there, making sure he's running away. So I'll end my turn here.
All right.
Oh, sorry.
And he's basically saying to something to the extent of F my life, and he's just shouting it over and over again. Brad, you understand what he's saying. And
yeah, guys, it sounds like that goblin's in some distress. We should probably seek him out and get him some help.
And he's like,
his party did attack us.
He's continuing to bolt just full, like he's not on that corner of the map anymore. He's gone. He's off the map at this point. He just took off full off into the distance. Let's see. Varys, will you roll perception?
Okay. Sorry, I'm looking for it. There it is.
Okay, you can make out the direction that he ran, there does seem to be, it might be a game trail, but the way he bolted, it does look like he's actually running down a trail of some kind. It's not easy to see, and if you hadn't seen him run down it, you may not have noticed it. But as you were watching him go off, you are able to note that he wasn't just running wildly into the woods. He's running up some kind of a trail.
Okay, I'm making a mental note of that for now.
All
I don't think
right.
he's going to get friends, do we?
What's that?
We don't think he's going to get friends from like a camp we can't see, do we?
Well, it's possible that they have a camp where, if they attack Gundren, they might have taken him hostage.
I agree. I think Gryffindor may well be with them in that direction.
Although I could
I
use,
feel like we have no choice but to pursue.
I could use healing of some sort, whether it be magical or time.
And
Well, if we have some time, I can take a short rest and refresh my spells.
can you refresh your spells on a short
I can
rest?
refresh one spell once a day.
Okay.
One slot.
I know there's-
once a day.
I know there's different rules for different casters.
I have
was there-
Arcane Recovery, which studying my spell book once per day with a short rest, I can.
And
Right now, I
also,
can get one slot back.
just for those who aren't super familiar with how resting works, if you rest once per 24 hours, you can rest for a full 8 hours, and all of your hit points will be replenished after you've successfully rested for 8 hours. And whatever spells you've had, they'll all be regenerated. A short rest is something that takes an hour. It's basically like you're stopping, you're mending your wounds, you're having a snack, you're taking a breather. You're taking a lunch break, essentially. That sort of a break. And every character, as you level, each level you'll see on your character sheet at the bottom, there's it says HD on the main page, and that stands for hit die. So in 5th edition, every level you gain a hit die for the class that you level in. That when you do a short rest, you can choose to spend those in order to regain some hit points during a short rest. So that's a way that without spending a whole night someplace, you can stop and spend a hit die to gain some hit points back as well. You would roll that, and it would be added back to your hit points. And then the hit dice regenerated a certain amount per day after a long rest.
Yeah, you get back half rounded up, I believe.
It's like your half your level rounded up, right?
Yeah.
So at first level, you'd get it all back.
Yeah.
But your second level,
You'll get one back.
yeah.
Well, I think we should act with some urgency here, but yeah, we need to help you out before we do that. I think a long rest should be out of the question.
I'd agree to that. But I mean, we might want to take a short rest, and it'll probably take time to clear these horses out of the way anyhow.
I can cast prestidigitation on the horses to make them taste like anything, if anyone's interested.
Well, we
Oh,
were
well,
going
I-
to take a quick lunch break.
Well, I was going to fix them up anyhow.
A lot of horse here. A lot of horse we could be eating.
Yeah,
Important
good.
not to waste any part of the horse.
Yeah,
Protein.
I, can-
Cast and keep watch.
I concur.
By the way, Gila, do these goblins have any nice stuff I can steal?
They're pretty bare bones. Let me see what they've.
I think goblins do have
Basically-
a nice loincloth.
Each one of them
Are there any
has.
local farmers we could hunt down for experience.
Each one of them has a short bow and a scimitar.
I make the short bow taste like steak using prestidigitation.
All right. I mean, the texture's still going to be questionable, but it will taste like steak
All right,
if
I'm
you
good.
can get past
Resting my
this.
pants like I'm supposed to.
It'll be like
I
having.
don't like jerky.
Well, I could see you like making it taste like steak, and then like turning it into toothpicks, and then you just have steak
Oh, yeah.
flavored toothpicks.
Dude.
All
That's
right,
pretty
so
innovative.
I'm gonna start looking the horses over to kind of see like evidence of other people dying besides just the horses.
I'd be happy to help with that if my perception is useful or anything. Inspect the horse in some manner of dice rolling way, Gila.
I'm just trying to see here if there's any detail
Is he consulting the books?
that yeah, so you just look around where the horses are and you see that they're saddlebags, but they've been looted, and there's an empty leather map case lying nearby, like off to the side of the road, slightly ahead of the horses.
Mhm.
But aside from that, there's nothing really remarkable about the horses. You see they have a bunch of like arrow wounds. It looks like somebody's pulled the arrows back out.
All right.
So it seems like those goblins had plenty of arrows as well. I'm smart.
I'll at least take the map case,
All right.
because otherwise it'll just be sitting here on the road going to waste.
Yeah.
I'll use prestidigitation to make the map case taste like a short bow that tastes like steak.
We're getting meta.
Yeah.
Or ducking.
Yeah, that's pretty layered. You're gonna have to open a bistro.
All right, we should probably move these horses out of the way, but I don't believe we're going to be able to take our carriage to go after that goblin anyway, so we could just save that for later, perhaps. That being said, these horses are not going to get any less rotten if we wait longer.
I'll move them off to the side of the road and at least butcher them not on the road, because at some point in time, scavengers will come try to claim them.
I would love to help you with this, but I am too frail for horse moving.
You only say that because you've never tried.
Okay, I'll give it a shot.
Oh, that's the spirit.
Does anyone else want to join in? Essentially, if two or three of you work together, any combination of you can move horses. If one of you tries to do it alone,
Be sure to lift with your back, not with your legs. I believe that's the
It
advice.
doesn't sound right to me, but I've never exercised, so I just don't know.
just thrust violently upwards.
So good advice.
That's the trick, is just strong jerking motions with your back.
Don't jerk the horses.
Jerked horse, that'd be good.
So after we move these horses, I am indeed going to butcher off a few cuts of meat.
All right.
And then we can make a fire and have lunch and be ready to go follow after this goblin in case Gundren has been kidnapped, perhaps.
All right.
We can help move horses.
I'm helping too. That sounds like three of us. We can get these horses moved.
All right. Where are you setting up shop? Kind of like closer up to the wagon?
We hold them into the side of the road, perhaps near like under where Iris is right now.
Okay.
Can we ping on this map?
I don't know if you can ping. Let me see. I know you can draw.
Okay. Oh, I can do a pointer, right? Like we're taking them up here.
Yeah, you could do. Oh, you're gonna take them up the escarpment?
Oh, well, I mean, no, I have to draw a pointer every time. I see us going up this way and then going up the other way, so that we don't have to actually drag them up steep hill itself, but rather soft incline and then up other flat incline.
Why do we need to move these horses up the escarpment?
And Brad was looking at this. Like, Brad, where I'm pointing, is that about what you were thinking?
That is where I was thinking of, because that'll make it so the road is passable. We don't have to go up any hills. I think it's a great place for a horse corpse.
So the issue with that is that these are going to attract wolves and other scavengers, and if we put it too close to the road, that is just other travelers getting attacked by wolves or something like that, afraid that their kill is going to be stolen. I would rather it be closer to the forest, so that when the forest life comes to claim it, it does not affect the humans that still use this road.
All right. It seems like a lot more work, but if you want.
Well, our easy day could be someone else's getting bit to death by wolves.
What if we put it a few spaces above the goblin corpse pile?
The
Since
further
wildlife
from,
will already be coming in that kind of general direction?
And I got
Let's just burn these horse corpses and be done with it.
well, I'll be burning them slowly over a roasted fire. I mean, if it ends up being more woods over like in this direction off the map that we can't see, that's also acceptable to me. I
Yeah,
just don't want
there'd be more brush, and like what you're seeing here on the map is pretty typical of where you are right now. It's just that at this point, the further you get from the road, it is slightly uphill.
Yeah, so I just want to get them up far enough away from the road that hopefully future travelers aren't going to have to deal with the fact that there's horse corpses drawing scavengers.
I mean, it seems like we'd have to move it literally hundreds of feet for that to be effective.
Well, like if you do like a move up here, well, that'd be on the trail. That's where the trail is.
That's probably fine.
You could move them probably like this, about 50 feet into the bushes here.
Yeah, that would work too.
Okay.
Wait,
The other way?
Well, there's some bushes right there. You could go either way. Sort
Yeah,
of.
just drop them in the bushes.
perhaps we can put these horse corpses up in a tree to prevent the predators from accessing them.
I fear I probably lack such strength.
I have knowledge of pulleys and other simple machines.
But do you have any with you?
Well, do we have any rope in our carriage, G-Law?
There's a very good chance someone's got rope.
All right, let's not put them in a tree.
Just off to the side's good enough, I think.
I don't know.
Butcher the horse's rest.
I think I'd like to move beyond horse corpses, so whatever's quick.
You could
Yeah,
get all your
pull-
ropes
pull.
together and develop sort of a marionette thing in the trees with the horses and make them. Just,
We'll put on a show for the travelers.
you
that
can
go by.
scare
Of
off
course.
the wolves. So when the wind blows, the horses do this.
Of course, we'll have a horse marionette so that when people round the corner, the first thing they see is a dancing horse corpse dangling from a tree off a
With
series
some
of
flank
ropes,
stakes torn out of it.
so that
The
people could see
stories
that
we're
and be like,
giving about.
"I'm not going down this road. This road is very creepy." All right, so let's drag these horses, butcher them, cook them up, and take a short rest.
Wonderful, I'm in.
All right. Well, you take all those activities. I say but moving the horses is not part of the rest. That takes about probably 10 minutes all told, 10, 15 minutes to get them out of the way. And then after that, you take a short rest for about an hour. And it is not interrupted. So let's see. I think, Ursa, you're the only one that has significant damage, but Iris, if you wanted to, you could spend your hit die as well.
Would it be better to save that for later, just in case we fall upon another group of angry goblins?
Yeah, it might be okay to save it because I think you're only like, what is it, 2 hit points down?
I think you
Yeah,
still got,
only got
you have
one,
9
2.
hit points right now. Yeah.
Yeah. I feel
Fine.
secure in that.
With my 1 hit point, I'm not feeling super secure.
No.
So
Iris, I can
let's see.
see after your excellent performance in our recent combat why you would be feeling quite confident about your abilities in battle.
For sure. I mean, I fall down really good, but I get back up. I'm kind of bouncy.
I was quite impressed.
I healed an amazing 5 hit points, but I'm also a chef, so I heal 2 more hit points.
That makes sense. Knives are dangerous.
Samir, were you making the horse taste like anything?
I'm making the horse taste like a higher quality of horse.
Oh, good.
Actually, yeah.
All right.
You are acting under the suspicion that I am incapable of cooking horse.
No, I think you can, but there's nothing that
Just
my magic
imagine-
skills can't make taste better. Is the
Imagine
point.
how much better it could taste.
Seems
Extra
superfluous.
horsey.
All right, well, I'm still like 8 hit points down.
Seems like a lot.
Yeah. So
But
So I'll kneel or stand up for my prayer, which I did as y'all were arguing about horses. I just was praying. I guess I'll walk over
It's
to
time.
Ursa there. And I'll go ahead and burn a healing word. Oh, 1 second. Sorry.
Oh yeah, you
There
still
you
have to actively target me, don't you?
Yes. I just
So
did.
wait a sec. I just want to get into some logistics here with your spells. Do you have a spell called Healing Word?
Mm-hmm.
You might want to use Cure Wounds rather than Healing Word.
Oh, sorry. Cure wounds, not healing word.
Okay. I was going to say, I don't see it on your spell list, but
No, cure
Healing
wounds.
Word
level
is
1.
actually, that's the ranged one, right, Nick?
Yeah,
and
this
does
one
it-
I had to touch.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you can touch, you definitely want to go with the Cure if you had both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the
Heal-
advantage of
heal-
the other one is if they're across the way and you need to get someone back up on their feet, you could do it from a distance.
It just heals less, but it also only takes a bonus action rather than a full action.
Yeah.
So I'll get up from my prayer, walk over to Ursa, and cast healing words. I'm sorry, Jesus, cure wounds.
Oh.
Nice.
For 11.
Huge.
Oh,
Huge
thank you.
hit.
My second spell slot.
Much appreciated.
Of course.
Now let's park our cart and go see if this trail leads to a goblin encampment.
Yes,
Mhm.
we must rescue Lundgren.
Lundgren? Do you mean Gundren?
I'm intentionally saying his name different every single time.
Golf
It's a bit-
Dundren.
He said like Gandalf. or
That's
something
exactly
last
what I
time.
was thinking. My character's a little absent-minded. He can't remember names super well.
So,
If you like, I could write it down and pin it on your shirt.
so speaking of parking the cart, now you know the situation here.
Someone gonna steal our cart?
Yeah, I feel like we shouldn't leave it unattended since it's kind of an important cache of supplies for Gandalf or whoever it is we're following.
You want me to stay with the cart to protect it?
Well, I mean, we could send someone up to scout the road to see if it's even worth going up that way and leave everyone else with the cart.
Ah,
Iris and Ursa seem to be the most combat ready of us. Perhaps they should scout while we protect the cart.
I'm not necessarily very stealthy in my approach.
And
I'm
Tarek,
reasonably
what do you
good.
think?
And
Maybe you should go on this trip. You seem like a skilled scout.
I mean, I'm not exactly much of a scout, but I can sneak my way down the path.
You should send someone with him, probably though, or he's going to go it alone.
I can go with him and hang back a bit, just so if trouble does occur, I'm not that far of a runaway. Or potentially Iris.
yeah, I
If
could
she-
go. I'm a ranger. And what else?
Yeah, you like the woods and shit.
Yeah, what I'm seeing,
Long leaves.
Iris, looking at your abilities, you have a +5 to stealth and a +5 to survival, which is you could use for tracking purposes or trying to get details like details about the environment that specifically like a tracker would be able to look at.
I would like to use those skills for the greater good here.
And I think Ursa, you probably have some of those too.
I've got a 3 in both as opposed to the 5 in both.
Okay.
So I'm not awful, but I'm not good.
So who's going to go up the trail?
Think Tarek and Iris?
Pick me.
I think that's what it sounds like.
Yeah, and the rest of us can hang back and make sure the horses don't get accosted.
Nobody should molest the horses.
There'll be no horse molestation while I'm here.
Excellent. I believe in you.
Your
So-
belief is appreciated.
Okay, I'm gonna go be nice to our horses and make little horsey noises at them. Fun, guys.
You gonna feed them some oats and make it taste like horse? just a
I'm gonna
mouse.
feed them a horse and make it taste like oats to make them engage in cannibalism.
I will. Don't worry, I won't allow that.
Okay, so we're not going to do the trail exploration on map. So the map is reserved for if a fight's going to break out or something else tactical. But what's your strategy with the road, with the path? Like, how far do you want to go down it for starts?
I don't know.
You thinking just walking for a couple minutes?
I would think just for a couple minutes to see if it's worth exploring.
Yeah, if we
Okay.
see anything that looks like there's more ahead.
All right. So about how long would you say you want to walk up the trail?
Are we talking
3 minutes.
distance or time?
Just time. Like as you start walking down the trail, you can see it's, well, I'll tell you as you're first walking down the trail, I'll give you a little description. It does look sort of like a game trail. And actually, Ursa, if you want to roll your survival skill check.
Me? Do you mean Iris?
No, I meant Iris, sorry.
Okay. The survival. Okay. Everybody. 14, 19.
Okay. So you're seeing a good deal of evidence that this trail sees a lot of goblin foot traffic. It's not exactly like a well-worn highway, but it looks like it routinely sees small groups coming and going to this location. And apart from that, that's the only real remarkable thing about it. It's sort of a hilly, wooded area, and the trail, just continues going on. So that's sort of a basic introduction to how the trail looks. And I'll say you go for 2 minutes, 5 minutes. It still looks the same. You do see recent signs of, like, the last guy that took off. Looks like someone was running at a pretty fast speed, pretty constantly, as far as you've gone down the trail, just bolting up the trail.
Should we keep going?
I would actually suggest at this point, if we haven't seen, an encampment just yet, relaying the information back to the group. So we may walk. My suggestion would be to walk back to the group and let them know that there's definitely goblins have gone up and down this trail frequently. And then kind of as a group decide whether we want to come down the path or what we want to do.
Seems like good advice.
All right. So sounds like you guys have decided on that, and you head back in the direction and return to the group without incident. You see them all tending very carefully to the horses with great compassion.
So many carrots.
So many carrots flavored in different ways.
Yes.
And so go. Well, you all heard. I guess you could say you just relayed that information back to them, so everyone's up to speed on what I just told them. And at this point, you guys need to decide what your next step is.
Did you see evidence of them dragging anyone? Because I mean, the goblins seemed rather small, and Gundren is not of a small folk. I would imagine they would have had to have pulled him
On the
if
contrary,
he was.
I consider Gunlock to be a dwarf.
And dwarves are quite meaty.
Compared to goblins, yes.
Yeah, did we see any dragon? Or just running marks? Could Gundren have been injured enough to take his horses with and still been able to walk?
Yeah, you'd seen evidence of it. There was actually quite a bit of foot traffic, and it looks like they could have been dragging things.
Hmm.
From what you say, this is our only lead, and we have nowhere to go. Gundren did not tell us what he was up to before he disappeared. I believe we should follow this trail.
Since they had
Fully agree
Gundren's
with Varys.
horse. Yeah.
I mean, if they're dragging something, they're dragging it somewhere.
That is a most astute observation.
Yeah. I think
Just
we
Say
don't
we
gotta
have
go
hide the
look.
carriage the best we can. Horses are probably going to give it away unless we put it someplace pretty far from the road, and just we got to find Gundren.
We might be able to take the horses up the trail a little bit and tie them off to a tree just so they're not with the cart.
Seems like a good idea. I'm in.
Yeah.
And what are you
Yeah.
doing with the cart? Now, I will say it would be possible to get the cart sort of hidden. It's going to be hard to get it too far from the trail, but you could there are opportunities, there are bush opportunities that you can sort of push it up into some foliage and maybe
Yeah.
The
throw
best
some
we can
branches
do
over
Are
it.
we
is
anywhere
always
near my
go.
monastery?
No.
Okay.
We could try to back it between two trees and then try to camouflage it as best with branches. To at least, if
Yes,
someone's
but I
if
believe
someone's
the
running
time is of
by,
the essence, and we should prioritize going to find him versus spending more time getting this thing as well hidden as we can. I think we should act with
Well-
some urgency.
well, make it quick then at least. But we need. This is his stuff that he asked us to deliver, and I'd rather not just leave it fully unguarded, or at
Well,
least.
I mean, yes, but we have. If he's dead, it doesn't matter if his stuff gets stolen. So saving him must take precedence.
Yeah, that's true enough.
The gods work in mysterious ways. Let us just hide the horses and pray for the best.
Could we kind of put it up here in the bushes, kind of where I'm at? Up, like we went down the road a little bit and then around the escarpment.
Oh yeah.
I concur with that.
Sounds like a hell of an idea.
It's near the path. It's off the road. There's an escarpment, which apparently is terrible.
As
Nobody
we found,
likes them.
escarpments can be quite intimidating.
This is
I'm good
what
at
I
hiding
hear.
things.
Well, it's good to have it past the escarpment because everyone's going to be sharp-eyed when they see an escarpment.
I know I am.
So
The
they
impression I'm
know.
getting.
I know something about nature and sleight of hand. Can I apply these skills to hiding things as large as a carriage in nature?
Yeah, you have to like shuffle the tree branches and do
Well,
like
as we
do a little bit of this.
as we all know, David Copperfield is amazing at hiding things as big as elephants.
Wagon should be no problem.
Yeah.
We can rest assured that our goods will still be here when we return.
Especially if we made them taste like turnips. Nobody likes a turnip.
So, well, I'll say it takes a little bit of time and effort, but you are able to get the cart off of the trail enough to be not visible from the trail, unless someone like knew to look for it.
That
And
seems
Good
fair.
enough.
and then you take the horses up a little ways up the trail maybe and tie them off.
Yeah.
Yep.
Someplace where they can graze, and then we can go about our business.
Okay. So we'll say like maybe another 20, 30 feet up, not too far, but away from the road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Not next to the dead horses on the other direction.
No.
No.
You tie them up to the same tree that you hung the horses on, like this.
Different trees.
Well, it would be kind of a camouflage. I mean,
Oh my god, those two horses killed the other two horses and hung up in a tree.
They're monsters.
It's a
it can go
horsey
down in
homicide.
history. Most
come back.
interesting horses ever.
We'll come back on our horses if we tried for murder. We'll tie up our horses and track down this path.
All right. And I kind of want to see if you guys open the party sheet. That is, it's the second icon
Yeah.
on the tool menu.
Yep.
And there's a tab on the party sheet called Order.
Oh, yes.
God, those tabs are hard to see.
Oh, is it locked for you guys?
I can see him.
Here.
That's him.
Oh,
can
it
see
looked
and
like
move.
your tokens might have been locked. So basically what I'd like you guys to establish here is as you're going down the trail, and we'll say the trail is narrow enough that it would be you could get two people maybe side by side, but not much beyond that.
Do we want room for scouts up front, or we just want that heavy hitters up front?
I mean, as a group, I don't feel like we're very competent at sneaking up on a great number of people.
Then
I've
I
not
would
been
probably-
in these woods. I am familiar with the woods in general. I do not mind leading. Step up behind Iverson.
No, once a fight breaks out, I need to be close to the front anyhow.
I'm kind of lingering back, so I'm taking some time to look at some plants. I'm very interested in plants.
I do not mean to disparage Samir's good name, but is it best to have one who immediately ran holding up our rear?
I'm close.
I'm
by
not
if
an
anything.
ideal rear guard. It's true.
I'm nearby if anything bad happens.
All right, sounds good. I mean, we're all fairly close together. I mean, I'm not too worried.
Okay. And
Glad
so
you
yeah,
don't have to
basically I
worry.
just wanted that so that if there was suddenly a, God forbid, an ambush of some sort.
Man, our second encounter in ambush. What are the chances?
Seems
That-
so unlikely.
It seems that we've probably broken the morale of neighborhood goblins. I'm sure they won't bother us again.
Good point.
All right. So the trail leads to sort of north from here. And say after about 10 minutes, Iris, there's looks like a hidden pit.
No.
It looks like it was supposed to be concealed. It's a big, looks like a big pit. Like it's about 6 feet wide. It takes up almost the whole trail. And you can see evidence of small creatures working around it, like avoiding it.
Mhm.
Let's not walk on the pit, guys.
That's good advice.
But it
Can
looks.
we go around the pit?
Oh yeah,
Can
you
we
absolutely
in
can.
the pit?
Yeah, you can go
I
around it
wanna
with
find
no
out what's going on
problem.
in the pit. Is there a safe way to do that? Can we poke it with a stick?
Yeah, if you want to.
See if- Should we check
I'm
if
gonna
somebody's in
stand
there?
far enough away if he's planning on poking it with a stick.
All
But
right.
What if I've got a convenient spell. I don't think it's gonna work well enough, but I've got Mage Hand, which
Mhm.
allows me to do certain things from 30 feet away. It could be applicable to this pit.
You couldn't like break the stuff with Mage Hand, but you could start sort of sliding it around, shifting it around, and see what happens.
I would like to do that from a safe distance of 30 feet away.
Okay. And what is everyone else doing?
Stand back and let him mess with the pit.
Okay.
I'm going and standing at
plan.
the edge of the pit.
What are you, Joss?
I'm standing at the edge of the pit.
You stand at the edge of the pit. Okay, and you can't really. You just Iris, you're able to tell. It looked like it was a covered pit. You can't tell how deep it is, but it does look like it was intentionally. It was intentionally created to be, like a trap.
Just that I stay next to it, so once you start moving things around with your mage hand, if we need to look in it, my perception's not terrible.
So you're gonna stand next to it.
I think so. Unless
Alright.
somebody tells me that's a terrible idea.
Well, Varys is already
I feel
standing
like
next
this
to
is,
it.
Like from
too.
10 or 15 feet away, you can probably see just fine. There's no need to be right on top of it, I wouldn't think.
All right, I'll go 15 feet.
I imagine it's just a pitfall, but we still might want to spring it so we don't fall into it on our way back.
Yeah, I just clasp my holy symbol and I stay next to the pit.
Oh, wrong.
What
respect it.
bravery. What courage.
My
Hey,
faith in thee.
remember that I've not been out the monastery. I have no idea what's going on. So this isn't bravery. It's probably just stupidity.
Yeah, stupidity, bravery, they're frequently next to each other. Just saying.
What's this pit you guys are talking about?
Hey, look! It looks like some sort of a leaf mattress to lay on.
Looks very comfy.
So Samir, as you start disturbing the covering, it doesn't take much that the whole thing just kind of collapses inward. I mean, it looked like it was set not to fall by itself, but that any real disturbance to it would just cause it to collapse. Like specifically, if you all could tell that if someone had just not noticed it and taken a step, it would have immediately given way.
Varys, you see anything down in that hole, buddy?
Yeah, it's a 6 foot.
roll?
It's like a 6 foot round pit, and it's about 10 feet deep.
That's pretty deep.
And
with dark
that's
vision
about
goes-
it. There's no like spikes down in the bottom or anything weird. Someone just dug a deep pit and covered it up.
So to say no, it just appears to
Grandpa's
be
not down
here to
there?
trap someone.
As long as there's no one trapped in here.
Goongrim down in that pit? All right, well, because we better continue on.
I do not see any wayward dwarves. No.
Well, let's now the trap is sprung. Let's continue on our way.
Yes,
Yep.
the gods really bless us this day.
With pits and ambushes, sure.
Hey, we're still alive.
That's true.
Somebody's watching out. It might be
Yes,
ourselves.
sir, so I've heard
someone.
of the many things you believe in the north. I am glad Iris understands. And then I'll start heading back towards the path, I guess.
All right, so I'll say you continue walking. I'm gonna check in. You've walked for an hour. It seems just like it's more the same. Still activity. But at this point, you can tell it's not like this trail is right near something. Obviously, it's gone quite a ways. So I want to make sure to know, like, and it's also starting to get dark.
Well, guys, this is not going great.
Definitely not an ideal trek to another town.
This is definitely unusual.
Yeah, why were they attacking the road from somewhere so far away? What are these goblins thinking? We should have captured one and asked it questions. I speak goblin.
Good
Well,
thinking.
I mean, we could continue on. I mean, they're dragging something up here, and it's obviously they're trying to keep people away. I mean, if we want to
Yeah,
find Gundren, this is the.
Or do we think Gundren ran away and left his horse to be killed, and he's further down the road, and we've just wasted an hour?
I mean,
Well,
that
if he's run away, it's fine. Worst thing that happens is someone finds our carriage. But if he didn't get away from the goblins, well, we need to continue pursuing. But it's getting dark, and I don't know how much progress we can make at night.
Yes, I agree we should keep pursuing, but we were ambushed in broad daylight. I believe we should rest here and continue on at dawn.
Dark vision do
We
anything
all have
for us?
dark vision. Every single one of us can see in the dark pretty well. There's that.
We can also see in the light, and yet we were ambushed. I believe we should give ourselves every advantage.
You guys are seeing in the dark.
Ursa doesn't.
We give you a flashlight or a torch of some kind?
Torches work.
It's also a great way to announce your presence coming down a trail.
Well, if we're camping, it's not that big a deal.
Yeah, I think everyone else has 60-foot dark vision. And basically what that means is you could see it as, is it normal light within 60 feet? Or is it dim light?
It turns darkness into dim light and dim light into bright light within
Okay.
60 feet.
So as darkness settles, you'll be able to see 60 feet of dim light, and then beyond that, it's going to be dark. So whatever's past 60 feet in the distance, and the way that the terrain is, you would be able to see much past that anyways. But you will have somewhat diminished visibility. Even people with dark vision, and people without it, you light a torch and see that way, not quite as well.
In the party sheet, it says that all of us have dark vision 60.
He gave me dark vision for the purpose of the way the sight line works in dungeons.
That I added that intentionally. It's because the maps and Fantasy Grounds have dynamic lighting, and I just didn't want to have to deal with that being an issue. Because once they implemented it, the one human in my other campaign, all of a sudden we logged in and he's like, I can't see anything on the map. It's like I can't see the person standing next to me. And it just so happened the map was not well lit by whoever designed it. And I was like, okay, that's enough of that. We don't need to get that into it. So I've added permanent dark vision to just for the purpose of Ursa being able to see maps. But in reality, she does not have dark vision.
Okay, very good.
Traded it in to be a chef.
I mean, I think we can go on a little bit more till it gets really dark, but at that point, we probably just have to camp, I suppose.
Yeah, let's see what we can see and camp when it becomes like an issue.
Well, I'm just saying at the point now you're probably
stop.
You're looking at like 15 to 20 minutes from now, it's going to be full night.
All right, well, we better get a little off the trail, I suppose.
Yeah, find a place 5 minutes off the trail and a clearing. That way we can make a small fire and a place for people to bed down.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, yeah, you're able to find something like that. Just given a couple minutes, there's plenty of spots, if you're patient, that you can find off of the trail to set up camp that fit that description.
Wonderful.
Yay.
Oh, and also on the party sheet, there's a list of, under the formation tab, there's also a watch order.
Oh.
And I'm trying to think that half elves.
I don't really sleep. I could take longer watch.
Yeah,
half elves. Go to a trance for a little while, but I don't sleep. I'm an elf.
Elves and half elves have to meditate for 4 hours.
Yeah.
And that counts as 8 hours of sleep, right?
I think elves or half elves still sleep. It's only elves, full elves that get the trance.
I'm a full elf.
I think Varys is a half elf.
So Samir and I are both elves.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to do a little extra watching so you guys can get better sleep. I don't know that. Yeah. That sounds like role playing only. I don't think it's actually going to help you in any way, but I'm happy to do it.
No, I'll stay up for a bit with Samir and then sleep, and we can stagger Samir on one shift and Iris on the other. That way, one elf is always awake.
Sounds good to me.
And then make sure someone else is up with them, just so they're not watching on their own.
There's a watch order. Is this watch order interactable in any way? My clicking does nothing.
Is what interactable?
The watch order. I
think you can enter numbers into it.
No, I can't. Maybe you can.
I can't either.
I can't either.
Let's see. Then maybe it's for me to do.
Seems weird, but okay.
So who's wants to be on watch first?
I'll go first.
And I'll be first with them.
I'll take second shift.
Who's on first?
I guess I'll take second shift too then.
I think Lucky Tarek gets a full night's sleep.
All right. Yeah, we can do it like that.
Does Varys need to give up part of his sleep? Well, I guess we're all not injured, really, other than me.
And it's mostly we're like in an area where there's a goblin trail, like not really close by. I'd rather there be two of us, knowing that there's probably going to be an issue.
Okay.
And Tarek, did you want to stay up with either of the shifts?
I'll go ahead and stay up with Iris and Varys.
Okay. And I'll just have this will be your basic night routine. Is first half is Ursa and Samir, and second half is Iris, Tarek, and Varys.
Hate that hit and die.
The
Aren't you glad
sinister shadow die.
Aren't you so glad I don't do that to you? Actually, I do, kind
Yes,
of.
it's very stressful. I can't see the die when you roll it.
Yeah.
All right. So as we are resting, I also want to point out that does anyone need to take a rest in real life? So we met at 5. It's now 7:20. I'm assuming we're in it for another couple hours. But if anyone wants to take a tenor to get up and stretch, grab something to drink or whatever, does anyone want to take advantage of that?
I might run to the
I
room,
am-
other room for just a second.
Want to make it a 5-er?
5 should be
seems
plenty for
fine.
me.
I can do a 5-minute break.
All right. So I'm going to hit us to the, I'm going to put up the official break screen on the stream.
Oh, then you can even talk to acknowledge chat for a brief second.
Owley's here. It's pretty exciting.
Oh, wow. Aloly's here. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Now, has anyone in chat been like, Gila, why aren't you paying attention? Why did you ignore me?
Everybody pretty much realized what was up, but also me and Jazz and Nick have actually been interacting with people a little bit, saying hi. So.
We've been at least
People probably don't feel too neglected.
We've been greeting people, let them know that their presence is acknowledged and appreciated.
I realized I just now took down the picture of Gundren, so they weren't able to see the dice being rolled. So, anyways.
Shit, they've missed like the whole thing.
Well, Gundren's handsome, so they got to look at him the whole time, and they still got to see the combat map, but they didn't see what was happening with the dice.
All right, so we in break time?
Yeah, we'll go to break time, and be back in 5. We'll say 7:30.
Sounds good.
Or whatever the equivalent is in your wrong time zone.
My correct time zone.
enough. I don't need puns too.
These are a little much. I'm just saying. Sunflower
Are you
seeds are far better.
Are you not a fan when he casts choose them?
That's
My
pretty
character
rough.
runs off the nearest cliff. He's gone.
Bye.
It's a short-lived venture from the monastery.
So y'all can see a conversation was brewing in the background behind the break screen. But now we're back officially. We were all here for a couple minutes, just confirming that we were here, and now we're here, and now everyone can see us. So welcome back.
That's a professional voice.
Yeah, it's my professional voice. That's my professional G-Law 5.2 voice.
Yeah, that's G-Law 2.0.
2.0.
Can I ask a meta question before we get back?
Yeah, sure.
I'm not sure if we went over this in Zero Session. How does looting work? Like, is it going into a pool between the party?
Yeah, there's a group, actually in that group menu. Now, I haven't been putting any loot in there because stuff like they didn't have treasure specifically, but I mentioned they have scimitars and short bows, and you'd have to say, I take them. Because something like that I'm going to consider as, like, that's the goblins' filthy, borderline useless weapons unless you have some reason you want to take them.
Sounds
Can I
good. Thanks.
refill
I
my
do.
2 arrows?
I mean, I am proficient in short swords. I should have dual wielded them.
I think scimitars are they short swords?
No,
I think I would think goblins incapable of using long swords, but I would think that those would be scimitars would be long swords.
No, scimitars are their own thing. They
Yeah, I
they
thought-
they're D6 slashing damage as opposed to the short swords D6 piercing damage.
But they're not exotic though, right?
No, they're martial weapons.
They're martial, not simple. Okay.
Yep.
There's various layers of
I
weaponry
don't think
that
I
people
know how to
can use.
use those.
So yeah, you wouldn't be able to. Is a short sword is still a martial weapon though, isn't it?
Short sword is also a martial weapon, yes. Pretty much anything that requires edge alignment is going to be a martial weapon.
So you passed the night without incident. So let's let me see.
People watching.
Is there a long rest button on our sheet to regain resources, or do you have to do that?
Trying to see if there's a way I can do it for everybody.
Oh, we have to do it one at a time.
I can right click each of your character sheets.
What does long rest do again? Is it just healing us?
Are you able
also-
to select long rest?
No, when I right click on my picture, it's not there. So a long rest will refresh pretty much all of our resources. It'll refresh spells. It'll refresh all of your hit points. It'll refresh half of your spent hit dice for healing later.
All right.
And then
so
some classes will have special abilities that come back on short or long rests.
Okay, thank you.
yeah, like you don't have so much of those now, but eventually you'll have spells, and you'll spend those spell slots to cast them, and you'll regain those after a long rest and hit points, whatever.
My rages come back on a long rest too, if I was conscious long enough to use them.
Your what does?
My rage.
Oh, your
refresh-
rage, right? Okay.
Refreshes on a long rest.
Hungry now. Usually a nap refreshes me, makes me not angry.
Well, it depends. You got to work in the morning, you know.
Bro, do you wake up Monday morning every day?
What is it like for an adventurer waking up on a morning like this?
I wake up with a stiff neck, and therefore all of my rage is refreshed.
That is a solid explanation.
What are you like, man, another day of adventuring work?
I've been up for the last half hour reciting my morning prayers.
All right.
Joss, you're too good for us.
Not praying for us.
Oh no, believe me, my character isn't nice. He's just godly,
You were
very
close. Okay.
godly.
So,
Alright,
yeah, what's the plan? Back on the trail?
yeah, get up this morning, quench the fire, back on the trail.
Yep.
All right.
And I will also make breakfast in the morning.
All right. So I'll say
Leaves taste like today.
A leftover horse.
Do you have a vegan option?
Can I try to get away with some prestidigitation where Nick can't see me and make his taste like ashes so he thinks he's a bad cook?
he would be able to see you doing it.
He can't. What if somebody else would somebody like to distract Irsa, I say, without him being able to hear me?
I believe horse meat's bad enough without ash being added onto it. Do you have any carrots, perhaps?
And make anything taste like carrots.
That's not the point.
Carrots taste like anything.
That
The
too.
opposite.
Am I
Just put
carrying
some
around?
condiments on it.
Am I carrying around carrots? No.
I'll refrain from breakfast then.
If you'd rather have trail rations,
I'll take the horse. Horse seems fine. I'll make it taste like trail
Well,
ration.
everyone carries food with them.
Are we playing in a way that we're really worrying about food much?
well, the only reason I kind of bring it up is if you eat my food during a short rest, you heal more hit points. And in the morning, I get to make 2 special treats that if you eat them, you get 2 temporary hit points. Which I
Sounds
believe
pretty good.
I am going to partake, so I've got some temporary hit points, and Iris went down last time. Or do we want to buff up?
I'll take
Uh,
a snack.
Sure. So you can have 2 temporary hit points.
Any hit points I can get my hands on.
Yeah, so these are kind of like extra hit points that get taken away before your real hit points.
Okay. How
On the
do
main
I
sheet,
get those?
on the main sheet at the bottom where it's got your wounds, max, and then temp, or TMP, just click in the TMP box
2?
and type it a 2.
Okay.
Wow.
Oh, nice.
Now Chauncey's excited. Chauncey's heard
Mock-
somebody's eating.
You mock my food, but
Probably heard the C word.
it brings health.
Chauncey loves the C word. Cashew.
Oh, I'm not going to say that. She can't hear anything going on in the stream, so she didn't know that Joss made reference to the C word. I don't know what's got her going. All right, so
Crazy.
but yeah, generally I'm not going to be that worried about certain things like encumbrance. I don't think we're going to keep track of ammunition. I was thinking we would assume that collectively you carry enough for 10 days worth of food,
Oh, that's a lot of food.
and that if for some reason you're gonna be out in the trail longer than that, that I might bring that up as a reason where you're gonna need to find a way to replenish it. But it's not something that you're gonna need to be worrying about from day to day. But right now I think you're going into your 3rd day. But yeah, I'm probably not going to keep track of it too carefully, though.
Fair enough.
So, y'all have your breakfast. Well, Joss, you should still eat. Did you say your character's not going to have breakfast at all?
If I'm carrying rations, then I'm like nibbling on some carrots or something.
Yeah, you should definitely. Your characters do need to eat. So, if you if you specify, I don't ever eat.
I don't
Then-
eat that horse, but
Yeah.
I will pull out some vegetables and have a breakfast.
Yeah, the fact that he's killing a horse and sharing it around just means that's an example of why you're not going to run out of rations. But yeah, but you should all eat.
I didn't kill any horse.
Or you butchered the. Oh, that's the
Yes.
implications of a day-old dead horse. Anyways,
Wow, it's fine.
I hope you held it over the fire a long time. You think?
Yeah, it's not.
All done.
It's cooked for safety.
So you get back on the trail and keep going. And say after you go a couple more miles, you're let me see. So after you've gone for a couple more miles, up ahead you come across a large cave in a hillside. A shallow stream flows out of the cave mouth, and it's surrounded by dense briar thickets. A narrow, dry path leads into the cave on the right side of the stream.
Do we have any reason to believe that this cave has anything to do with Dolph Lundgren?
Are there any drag marks of bodies being dragged up to cages or caves?
Yeah, you see quite a bit of activity here,
Or cages in caves.
and it looks like all the activity is going straight to the cave from the trail. So,
All right, guys, you want to go in this cave?
Yeah, I think we
That's
found.
a strong word, but yes.
Did you say it was dark in the cave?
Yeah, it's dark. Let me see.
I feel like goblins enjoy light. Why is it so dark if it's a goblin cave?
Do they?
I don't think goblins have dark vision 60 like Samir and Astardir, or do they?
I think everything but like poor halflings and humans have dark vision 60. This game just handed that out like candy.
It's like fruit flavored.
It's more like licorice flavored because it's dark.
Ooh, even better.
Oh my god.
Sorry, Joss.
I don't know if he was oh my godding the pun or the licorice.
Probably both.
Both.
I apologize for
Black
both.
licorice is horrible, and so are puns.
Don't worry, one day you will be able to eat black licorice, and on that day you will know that you have become old.
Favorite candy as a child, like a
What?
toddler.
I used to hate
loved
it.
Tomatoes, green onions, and black licorice. I would walk through the strawberry patch to get to the onion and tomato patch and eat those as a 2-year-old. Just saying.
I used to hate black
Guys,
licorice.
we really thought about how it's going to go if this is like a real big group of goblins. We did not do great against 4 goblins.
Well, see, now what we're going to do is sneak and perceive so that we don't get surprised again.
Ooh, good call.
You have mentioned that you're not great at sneaking. Perhaps you should guard the back.
I think I am also not particularly skilled at sneaking.
I'm okay-ish.
Plus
You
five
also can't see in the
stealth.
dark, though, so perhaps they
I
can
have
help
a
you.
+2 stealth. I'm not the worst.
Well, I will be out front, potentially with the torch if necessary.
So that they can see us coming, presumably.
Yeah, presumably.
I mean,
Perhaps
if
you should
want, you
hang
don't
in
have
the
to have
back.
a torch. You can just hold my hand. I'm very friendly.
Well, I need my other hand for my axe.
I propose Ursa hangs in the back with Samir, and the rest of us lead.
Might be safer.
I am okay with this plan.
I'd much rather be closer to the front if we're expecting trouble.
It's true that
If
Ursa's
you
like the
develop
only
dark
fighter
vision,
we
then
have.
perhaps you can.
Don't worry, I have this very simple formula which involves a tree branch, some cloth, and fire. I call it a torch.
Yes,
I
and
mean, you're gonna need
you
some sort
helped me out of the
fuel.
monastery. I do not mean to
just
just.
burn up if you don't have some sort of fuel.
It's fine.
Also, there were only 2 of us who fell in the first fight, and unfortunately, Ursa, you were one of them. I just believe it's better if you just hang in the back with Samir and we explore.
I'm still going out and closer to the front.
Okay.
I don't know
Like I
why
said,
you're arguing this.
I say humans in Elvish, and I stop arguing.
I speak Elvish and I say, "Hey, I heard that."
I speak Elvish and I laugh. Because they're funny.
Haha.
We all laugh, except for, I guess, Tariq and Ursa.
Silly humans and not humans.
Alright, well, since the human wants to be foolhardy, in my opinion, I'll just follow Ursa's lead.
All right, so we're going into the cave.
Sounds like we established a plan of going into the cave.
Yes. And
Okay.
presumably with people capable of melee in the front.
Oh, before
So
we go in,
Melee.
I would like to walk up to Ursa, I guess, and cast guidance. It's a concentration cantrip that lasts up to 1 minute. Oh wait, that's self. Never mind.
You can do guidance on other people.
Oh, it just says self. Do I just touch you?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I want to do that on Ursa to try to stop them from dying.
I can cast sleep on Ursa to try to prevent her
No,
from
it just
dying.
says self. I don't know how to change that.
you're talking about guidance?
Yeah, I was trying to cast it on Ursa.
And
you think
you
you
didn't.
have to actually target me.
Yeah, she needs to be targeted. So I'm going to remove it from you. But yeah, you need to target Ursa.
You can target me from the combat tracker too if the tokens are being fidgety.
Okay, how do I do that?
When you open up the combat, yeah, there you
Okay.
go.
And then
Are the
let's try-
tokens being hard, like weird to work with?
Well, now Iris is targeting me, and I think that's because Joss somehow made Iris
No.
target me.
It just says self.
That's weird.
You've been using guidance wrong the entire time, Nick, and you have to apologize to your other D&D group.
Yes, I'm sure.
So you're trying to cast
Touch
guidance
one
on
willing
Ursa,
creature.
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's-
Given the first line of guidance is you touch a one willing creature.
Yeah, I'm not sure why it's only targeting itself.
No.
And you hit the effect button, and it just does
I
it
did, but
to
even
yourself?
in the effect, it says guidance C self.
Oh. Yeah, it very clearly says you should be able to. Let me take another look at the spell description.
I mean, it can be done manually if necessary too.
Yeah, I think we just need to do it manually. That's one problem with Fantasy Grounds is sometimes there's probably a way they intend this to be used that reflects how it's supposed to be used, but they're just sort of letting us stumble into it. And yeah, I'm not sure how. But basically, what it does is for 1 minute, you can cause them to be able to add a d4 to any ability check. And then the spell ends.
Yeah.
Okay.
So for the next minute, Ursa can add a d4
So I'll cast that and I'll just say,
to an
go with the
ability check.
gods. And I'll step back.
Now, what you see here is you're on the west side of the stream. It's about 5 feet wide. You're going to have to cross the stream, and then there's a narrow path leading into the cave on the other side. So the very first order of business is I need to know who and how the cave entrance is being approached.
I feel like I should be sort of towards the front as an elf.
Well, are you mostly ranged focused with a bow?
Yeah.
Then you.
I do have a short sword, but
I'd be worried about us going inside and getting trouble pretty immediately, unless we just want someone to scout up front.
that's fair.
So we either go the scout approach, or we just go the let's kick open the cave door and slaughter some goblins approach.
I prefer that we do some scouting if the risk is manageable.
Then
What skill is that?
stealth, like have someone with good stealth and perception sneak ahead and see what kind of threats they can assess.
+5 on both of those. I don't know if that's good or bad.
That's pretty good.
Really good.
It's pretty darn good.
Okay, so I stand by my. I'd like to be towards the front, please.
Yeah, well, I think it would be, if we send a scout, then we send you ahead of us by a decent margin so that the louder folk in the back don't bungle up your stealth.
As a ranger, we tend to be sneaky and perceptive. So, oh, do we know how deep this stream is? Is it crossable by foot, or do we
Yeah.
need to?
It's only 5 feet across. A normal person can just walk a step across that.
You could jump.
One who's
You could
actually
jump
5 feet tall.
You could jump across it, or if you walked through it, it would go up to like your shins. It's not deep at all.
Oh, we would call that a
Shit.
creek in my family, not a creek or a stream. A stream is swimmable. I come from country folk. Sorry.
Yeah, okay. It's a creek then.
Okay.
And so how are you going to approach? You're going to be stealthy?
I'm gonna be stealthy, I think.
You see all those thick bushes? You're going to go to where the bushes end and then cross the river near the mouth of the cave?
I was thinking, well, hold on. I feel like I've got good movement in the bushes. Let's see. I ignore
It'd be a lot
difficult
easier for you to
terrain.
sneak in bushes than just walk. It's gonna be hard to sneak us right by the creek, but what do I know?
I wasn't sure if they would be able to see me too much if I went up towards the end of the bushes and then crossed the creek, or if I crossed here and then went through the bushes. If
I
that'd
like
be
the
more.
guy. I think you should go through the bushes, but I don't know.
So I was thinking I would
For a
cross the
ranger, you
creek
can do
and then
stuff
go
like
up.
that, I feel like.
I'll leave it up to your discretion.
So you want to go through the bushes?
I feel like yes.
Do you want to follow the creek along the edge like of the bushes, or like go into the bushes?
I'm trying to find where it says on my little sheet. Difficult terrain doesn't slow my travel or my group's travel. If I'm traveling alone, I can move stealthily at a normal pace. Oh, also when I forage, I can find twice as much food, just in case our chef and the person who makes everything taste like Fruit Loops has trouble finding food.
Yeah, I think between a lot of you, we probably don't need to worry about food too much.
Okay. Oh, and I can also attempt to hide even if I'm only lightly obscured by foliage. Heavy rain, falling snow, mist, or other natural phenomena. So being next to the bushes or in the bushes, I feel like would make me extra stealthy, if I'm reading that correctly.
Well,
If I'm
hiding
wrong,
is like
please tell me.
it's like lying in wait type of thing, like staying still and not being seen. Now you can
Can I see while I'm hiding?
can you do what?
Can I see out while I'm hiding? Like,
Oh,
can
yeah.
I do my movement
Well,
to
no,
get
you
into
can't.
position and then hide?
You can move to
then
a
what?
spot and then hide and not move anymore. If you're hiding, you've stopped moving essentially.
Okay.
It's like you've picked a spot to hide.
Right. But I can't. But that's the end of my turn then? I'm not like.
Well, we're not so much in turns right now. I just want to know, like, we're not in a combat. We're not in combat rounds right now. I just have the map out because I want you to know what's there, and I want like kind of a detailed strategy for how you're planning to approach the mouth of the cave. Because how you approach the mouth of the cave, things could go differently depending on how you decide to approach the mouth of the cave.
Okay. As a newbie to this area of the forest, does anybody have any strong opinions of where I should cross the stream.
I
Or
would say perhaps you could go into the bushes. I was trained in hand-to-hand or face-to-face combat in the monastery. I could go to the west, and if I happen to draw attention, perhaps you could use that to your advantage.
I am decent with a bow.
I am not, although I do have one.
So if you
I
were
can
to
take care of
attract attention,
myself.
I can shoot things.
Yes, I can take care of myself in close range. At least I have been trained to. I have yet to put it into practice.
I have a short sword. I've never used it. Yeah. Okay, so should I cross and then go to
Stop.
here?
Hold on. Yeah. So what you should do before you actually move your character, when you're just sort of speculating, just hit the left and right mouse and then drag. Like, I'm gonna go here. At least for now, because
Right mouth and go
if you hold down
Okay,
your left and my
here. Nope. So I need to hold both. Ah, okay.
Yeah, it's
I'm
weird.
thinking bearish.
Yes, I posture that you go there, and I shall start heading slowly here.
I'm out of here.
So you want to go sort of a straight line to those bushes, the way that you just drew, or did? So I wasn't sure if you meant if you wanted to go here, and then like up. I
I
wasn't
was
sure.
thinking that originally, but I say you only live a few times, so why not just go straight?
Okay, and I want to say, Ursa, if you mind accompanying me, you seem also decent in close combat. Perhaps we could draw attention if there's any attention to draw.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so that'll be our plan then.
All right. And then, so it sort of looks like the sending one person to scout plan is kind of gone by the wayside a little bit.
I just
To
didn't
some
want
extent,
them
it does
to
seem
like
that
get
way.
attacked and we're all hanging out back here.
Okay.
I
I know
appreciate
you're only moving 25 feet. You could move that in any turn.
Unless we're into combat. Like immediately.
I'm not saying you can't do it. I just wanted to make sure. I just wanted to clearly enunciate that originally the plan was one person goes up and scouts, but now it looks like multiple people are approaching the entrance of the cave. One sort of in the foliage and one in the open.
Just for now, I think it was me and Ursa go where the blue arrow is pointing.
Okay.
And then Iris is like in the bushes. I'm not sure what Samir and Tarek are doing.
hang back until we look around and see if it's a good idea to come this direction. Is that a thing we can do?
Well, Samir pointed off the edge of the map, said he was leaving, but I assume that wasn't serious.
It was not serious, and as you can see, I've removed my arrow. I'm just standing around.
You're just gonna stay back. Okay. Tarek?
I'm hanging back. I'm not going anywhere.
I'm gonna hang back for now.
Okay. Could I put Samir? Could I put you next to? So these guys are going to be going up in this direction, and
Well, due to my distaste for halflings, I will not stand next to Tarek.
hold on.
What do you have against halfling?
Oh no, Samir's a racist.
You're adorable.
That was more from G-Law's previous stream, but it's not true.
Halfist.
I cancel Samir.
I
Ouch.
refuse to be in a group with a halfling.
Samir,
All right.
as quite the scholar, feels that cancel culture is not real, though, and still feels uncanceled. So, how?
So everyone's trying to sneak. Was that my understanding?
Yes.
All right. So can
Me
everyone?
and Ursa both suck at it, but I'll try to sneak, yeah.
Yeah, everyone roll. Roll a
The stealth?
stealth. Yeah.
So me and Ursa are just gonna clank along, I guess.
Oh,
Pretty good roll. No one's ever gonna find you. I can't even see you anymore. Oh,
I'm awesome.
Hey, I got a D4 to that. I got a
Hey,
second.
Now you're getting the job done.
Yeah, that's
where's
right.
mine?
One at a time.
But I'm also not going far. I'm only going up like to the bush edges, just so I'm slightly closer.
I'm having trouble pulling up my character sheet. So many windows. There we go. Sorry.
I'm curious if it rolls stealth automatically. Oh, look at that.
Oof. Crit fail.
Varys, honey. Maybe you should save that.
It's too late.
Yeah.
He's
I'm
just
like
like,
apparently tripped and made the most noise.
is this one of those times where you forget you're trying to be quiet? Hey, I'm gonna go hide by this. Oh, what? Oh, sorry. Did everything hear me?
Had a bigger breakfast. Maybe you're undernourished and you forgot.
Yeah,
Yeah, so I
He
guess I
doesn't
see
carry
everyone
it.
sneaking, and I just yell, "Hey, I'm just gonna follow Ursa!" very loudly, and just start stomping.
Yep.
Yeah.
Lack of protein for sure.
All right. So we'll say you're about halfway there, and you step on a loud branch, and it goes crack, and it kind of echoes around the canyon a little bit. But I'm gonna move you guys up. It looked like. Were you looking at going to something like this,
Yes.
or
How
right
do I
up
get rid
against
of
the
that?
cave?
Yeah, I wasn't going too far close. I wanted to give
Ursa,
Iris.
did that look like what you had in mind?
I was thinking more like here.
Okay.
For me, at least. I don't know where if Joss is going all the way up to the entrance or not.
I mean, I crit failed, so I don't know what happened.
Let's see. And for those who drew your arrows, if you hit right and left simultaneously again, just like a button, it'll make those go away. Yeah. All right. So, this is what you see when you cross the stream, Iris.
Yeah.
You see that there's a small area of the thicket to the right of the stream has been hollowed out. The form looks like some sort of a lookout. And wooden planks flattened out in the briars to provide room for guards to lie hidden
Oh,
and
dear.
watch the area. And including
Shit.
2 goblins.
I'm super hidden. I'm very stealthy. They didn't see me coming.
No, and you can't really. Let me see. Can you see the goblins on the map?
I can. They're very close to me. I
All
do
right,
not
you're
like
really close to them, but they're sitting and they're facing south, like looking, like facing in that direction. But they're playing with dice, little bone dice on the ground. Like they are not paying one iota of attention to what may or may not be coming up the trail. Not looking at all. I'm totally
No job
totally oblivious to your presence.
They didn't hear me.
Nope. Or if they did, they're just like, oh, what deer, whatever. Roll dice.
Oh, okay.
Stupid deer, shut up. Dice. Let's murder dice.
That was very handy that we have dumb goblins. Okay. So now that we can see goblins, do we have to fight them?
I think you're the only one here that sees goblins.
Oh, sorry. There's goblins on my phone.
How are you going to tell them? You're like,
Yeah,
hey
you gotta
guys,
scare
there's
you.
goblin. Look at there's just
You're
two.
not taking
Hey,
it
there's
back.
two
Do I have
goblins
a
over here.
carrier pigeon over here?
I'm being stealthy.
Okay, so since y'all don't know what I'm doing over here, do you have any advice? If I were to see goblins, I'm going to pretend I haven't crossed the stream. If I were to see goblins once I go over here in these bushes, what do you suggest I do?
I mean, we
I
could
think-
probably see you if you head to the west of the bushes. We're just on the bank.
So they
We're
can
near
all
the
see
bank.
you. I mean, you could probably make some hand gestures to point, like,
Yeah, I'm making rude gestures and pointing that way. Like there's bad things over here.
No, I point to you put my thumb to the neck, and then like do like the kill motion.
I see the rude gestures and I grab my holy symbol and start praying.
Your version of clutching your pearls.
Yes, it's horrific to me.
That's
Oh.
fair. I'm a wood elf. I've been on my own for like 75 years. I'm a little bit crazy. Sorry.
So-
I apologize.
apologize.
I don't care what you do, but whatever you do, you got my support.
Essentially, at
Thank
this
you.
point, we're not in combat,
Okay.
but you can dictate how combat begins. Essentially, and probably surprise the goblins so that they, if you maintain this level of stealth,
I'm
they'll-
very stealthy.
like if you guys just all decided we're in combat right this second, you all get a move right now, and goblins don't get to do jack. They are completely not ready.
And also,
I'm-
remember, me and Nick are pretty close range based, and we're not super close right now. So we have
She
to
could-
move first.
You can
Would
start
it-
it.
Would it
I'm
cost extra
literally
movement
one
to cross the
square
river,
away.
though?
If we get a running start, I mean, we can jump our strength in distance.
Was that like an agility roll or something?
You don't have to roll agility for that. You just, as long as you have a 10-foot running start, you can jump your strength score in feet.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Wow.
If you don't get a
I
running
was
start,
gonna
it's
say,
half
me
your
being
strength
able
score.
to Jump 10 feet's not particularly impressive.
A 5-foot wide stream, though.
Okay, I'm just gonna stop clutching my pearls and guess wait and see what Iris does. To
Yeah,
see what I
it's-
should do
it's-
next.
It's
I
all
feel
on
like
her.
I could, like almost literally touch them with my hand. I feel like I should stab them or shoot them or something. They're right there, and we have the element of surprise.
What would
Last
the
time they
penalty be?
surprised us, it did
What would
not
the
go
penalty
well.
be trying to cross the stream?
Everything from the stream onward for everyone else would be considered difficult terrain if you're going through the water or the bushes. So it's going to cost double to move through those areas. Is that by penalty? Did you mean movement penalty or stealth penalty? Or if you're trying to shoot them through the trees, you can't see them. You're gonna have to get up to them, or get up to the north side where there's clearance.
And the speed is how far we can move.
Right.
Yeah.
So everyone
And that's
except Tarek, I
5
think,
per
can
square.
go 6 squares.
I can do 35 as my speed.
Oh,
isn't
you
that
got
seven?
more. Okay, so you go 7 squares.
Okay.
And if you decided, given where you're all standing right now, that you want the combat to initiate, I'll have you all roll initiative. But I want to wait until I don't want to do that until you've said, okay, we want to initiate combat, or someone wants to initiate combat, like where we're all standing right now.
I'm waiting to see what Iris does.
I
was
vote
going to
yes
not-
on combat.
I was going to not initiate combat so I can move a little bit closer before combat starts.
All right. Yeah, we're not in combat yet. So,
But Iris is the only one that sees the goblins.
well,
so-
she's
she-
signaled.
Yeah.
She
But I
signaled to
signaled
us.
to you guys, so you know there's something hinky over here.
I'm gonna
No, there's-
say
I
you
know there's
guys are
something
aware
there.
that there's
Okay.
stuff like there's. She could have gestured like, "Hey," held up 2 fingers, pointed, and like pointed like right. Like she could have. You wouldn't know.
Hold my
It-
hands together real close, like not this far apart, this
Yeah.
far, real close.
I'll at least relay Iris's message to the 2 a little bit further back, like 2 fingers, like short person, and then point in a direction.
So
And
I
then
want to
maybe
move up to like there. I feel like if stealth roll of 1 was sufficient for Jazz to sneak up there, I don't feel like I need to roll it. How do you feel about that, G-Law?
I still want you to roll it.
Okay. That's why I'm going to try to do that right now. So let me find my stealth real fast. Where'd my character sheet go? There it is.
It could be 2 loud cracks or enough. Maybe they think like, "Hey, what's
They'll
up?"
grill into their bone dice.
One crack is a deer. 2 cracks is an invasion.
Deer invasion.
It could be supper time.
All right.
It's
Yeah.
mediocre. It's not terrible.
Go ahead and move up there, Samir. The deer's slowly invading their cave. And Tarek, do you want to be somewhere other than where you're standing?
Yeah, I'm gonna move up to join the rest of the party. Sneakily.
All right, go ahead and roll stealth.
Nice.
Well, all right.
Jesus.
Tarek.
Tonight, really.
Someone has expertise in stealth.
Yeah.
It's those little folk.
I'm pretty sure they just both went deaf without realizing it.
Mm,
I don't know.
maybe.
Rolling a natural 20 with a +7. That's like beyond stealth. That's like damage to their senses.
All the better to stab them with.
All right. So do we want this to be our position to open combat?
Anyone else need to move?
Be
No,
with it.
Well, what's going to happen is once you declare that you want to initiate combat, I'm going to have everybody roll initiative, and then you're going to take turns in order of initiative.
I vote attack goblin.
Yeah, let's go for it.
Or if one person decides I'm going to attack, then
You
Okay.
guys need to be on this side because of the trees and stuff. I don't know.
I can
So
make it.
I am going to
Cross
see
that
them
river.
like hesitating, say a quick prayer, and 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
roll stealth.
I'm not being stealthy.
Okay, you're not trying to be stealthy.
No. I said a quick prayer, and then I went them like to stay there, but yeah, I go up here. I should
All
be
right.
the only one they see, I think.
You go up there, and the goblins they're not looking in that direction.
Oh my god.
They're not. They're playing
Very
with their.
dumb.
They're playing with their dice. Like they're just being like a playing with their dice, rolling them.
Well, if no one else reacts, I'm gonna tell the dead.
Yeah, it's murder.
So,
Okay, if you're gonna, yeah, basically the second somebody says I take a combat action, that will cause everybody to be in combat and initiative to be rolled.
okay.
Yes,
Unless
let's
someone
murder.
stops me, I'm attacking.
Okay,
I say initiate murder.
I'm
Ev-
bloodthirsty.
everybody roll initiative.
Murder. Please be good. Please. Oh, jeez, Louise. Oh, that's intellect, not initiative. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, in this case we need to actually
From the ability size, the INT,
no.
not the saves. That's initiative. I'm sorry.
There's something that says INIT. It's in the very center of the main page, next to AC, between AC and speed. There's a box that says INIT.
Yeah. Okay,
There you go.
that's much better.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh no, that's one of those where I can't. Well, I guess I could have manually entered it, but I prefer to actually have the initiative roll happen. And
In it.
so, Iris, you are in fact the first actor in the initiative order.
Okay. So, since they are literally 1 square away from me, should I stab? No. I feel like I should still shoot them with my longbow.
Is there I'm
Let me look,
blanking
though.
here, Nick. Is there a disadvantage if you shoot
Uh,
something
no-
that's right next to you?
Normally there would be, but if they don't know that they're about to get shot with a longbow, I wouldn't impose said disadvantage.
Okay.
Just because technically, like, they're just sitting there playing dice, and he gets strung with a short bow, shot with an arrow.
Okay. So yeah, normally if you're standing, the rule is if you're adjacent to a hostile enemy.
Yeah, if you're within their threatened reach.
No, they're
But-
just dumb.
They
Not
are at the
hostile.
moment not hostile enemies.
Yeah.
No. Okay, so I am slightly better with a bow than a short sword. So I'm going to. It's control and then left click. Yes. I'm going to attempt to shoot goblin number 2 in the face
Oh,
with my longbow.
in the face. Okay.
It's a
He is
solid
facing
place to
away
shoot
from
them.
you. It's going to be quite the trick shot you got going here.
Just means she has to go in through the back.
You just go in
You
through the
know?
back. Yeah.
It's important to believe in yourself. What?
Ouch. Wow. That's got to be a blow to your morale.
I no
Shot him in
longer
the dice.
believe in myself. Sad panda.
Yep.
Okay. So that's the end of, or should I move?
You can move.
You can move if you'd
I-
like.
Probably are aware that I'm there now, since I just attempted to shoot at them.
They would be at this point aware that someone shot an arrow at them. When the arrow strikes the ground right next to where their dice are, and the one that you almost hit is like, rah! In my face!
Go up a little bit upriver to be across the river from Varus. So I'm a little bit further away, or does that even matter at this point?
It is meaningless to move that far away.
Okay, then I don't know that there's any point in moving.
I can stay there.
Okay, I'm gonna stay there. Turn complete.
All right, Tarek.
Am I able to cross the stream and basically 3 squares to the right, which would effectively put me diagonal from Goblin 2?
Yep. And say you could do that. That's like all.
Now-
That'll be all your movement, but you can get there.
Right. Now, if I do that, am I still under my stealth roll, or would I need to re-roll to see if I can do a sneak attack?
Well, a sneak
think
attack
if you're
in 5e is just if there's another friendly adjacent, you get a
And
sneak
since she
attack.
didn't move, I'd be good.
Yeah, she's still adjacent to the goblin, so I think you're still good with sneak attack.
Yeah, so you get it either way. You get a sneak attack.
Making literal use of the word. It is indeed a sneak attack.
Now, for trying to use the sneak attack, how would I set that as far as a effect on the goblin?
Is it a
there
thing
a
you have
way?
to? Do you have to toggle it on yourself?
Let's
Is
see.
there like a use button for you or something like that?
You still. Oh yeah, damage 1d6 roll. It's a self thing. So all right. So let's see. Did you roll to hit? You still have to hit, right? Okay. And for the ability, there's a sneak attack. You hit a magnifying glass, and it opens up an effect button. And okay, so now roll your damage.
I think the downside of Fantasy Grounds is every time you want to sneak attack, you have to toggle the attack roll you're about, or the damage roll you're about to make, right?
Yeah.
Interesting.
But then it will apply damage automatically, which is handy.
we'll probably need to we'll need to manually upgrade the die rolls for sneak attacks as you progress, because I don't think that gets upgraded automatically as you level. As you get higher level, you add more d6s to your sneak attack rolls, damage rolls. But in this case, that goblin is down.
Good job, Tarek.
And let's see, and that was Goblin 2. Who was down. Ursa.
All right, so I'm gonna get a running start and just leap over the creek. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I'll go here to 6.
Yeah, that's fine.
make a main hand attack on Goblin, so I gotta toggle Goblin. So main hand attack,
Oh,
miss, and then bonus action with my offhand.
ooh.
We're starting out strong.
I mean, you
Big
looked
numbers.
badass. It's except
some
for the fact
coach.
that you didn't connect. It looked really badass.
But now I'm a nice beefy target for him to focus on.
All right, so that's
Oh,
turn.
Turn end.
Varys.
So I crossed 2 movement points to walk across this river? Or whatever?
Yeah. I mean, you could get to him.
1, 2, 3.
And you can go
4.
diagonally as well. Diagonal only costs 1.
Yeah,
Oh.
I don't think he's doing that every other diagonal as an extra foot of movement like I do.
Oh, I got you. I think so. 5. This one to the south is dead, right?
Yeah.
So I can go there.
Yeah. The one to the south is dead.
So 6. And I am going to attack him. Let's see how I do this. Yeah. No, that's not it.
Should be control left click.
Yeah.
And you
Not
can also
doing
do it.
There we go.
You can also do it in the comp. I was gonna say you can also do it in the combat tracker if again tokens are acting weird.
Oh no, I just meant I haven't rolled an attack yet.
Mm.
And I try to hit him with my mace.
You hit. Go ahead and do damage.
All that pro clutching.
How do I do damage with the melee?
I'm not sure if it's a double click or you might be able to drag the.
You can click
you
and
go.
drag too, I think.
Oh, it's just 3. Just 5.
All right. Well, he's not dead, but he's hurt.
And that's all my movement and my attack. So let me do that. Did it work? There we go.
There we go. Samir.
I can't see shit where I am, obviously.
No, you need to move into a
I
vantage
think I can
point.
move this far. Is that right? To the middle of the river, right here. I think I have enough movement for that.
Yeah, you can go there. Sure.
All right.
You'd have-
I think
you-
that's as far as I can go, though, right? 1,
Yeah.
2,
Let's see.
3.
1, 2, 3,
yeah.
4, 5. Yeah, we'll say with
Okay.
the river. If you
Yeah.
that.
I'm gonna go stand in the river.
And you got
I
line
can
of
see
sight.
him.
You got
I've
line
got
of
line
sight
of
on
sight
him.
now. I will cast Ray of Frost at the remaining goblin. I need to. Am I aiming at him? Yes, I am now. And okay, here's the cast. It's probably good enough. And here's the damage.
Oh yeah.
He is dead. Dead. He goes down. Falls on his dice.
Right, I
Still
guess I'm gonna
clutching
name my-
his favorite die.
Poor guy. He just wanted to gamble with his friends, but we got ambushed by goblins, so that's how that feels.
Yeah, tough shit for goblins.
He didn't even have a chance to look and see who was attacking him. Oh, he might have noticed Tarek.
I would hope.
Yeah, stabbing his friend in the back.
That's what you get for participating in the den of iniquity, as my granny would have called it. Gambling. Right.
You get for being located close to a dungeon. Everyone
That
knows
too.
adventurers come to dungeons and kill things.
That's a good point. All right, so is our combat done? And we should move north towards the scary, scary dark place where I'll probably get lost because I'm really bad at caverns and caves.
Someone who's standing pretty close to the cavern, all I see is a bunch of rock.
So you don't see anything up in there?
I still don't see any enemies. I don't see anything of interest, really. It just looks like cave. Looks like there's a branch to the right immediately. There's one that goes straight forward before curving to the right, and there might be another one to the left up there as well. So it looks like there's some ways to go.
We should go look for Mr. Rockseeker in the cave, or should we follow this nice set of trees to the east of said stream?
I would say
I mean, I
cave.
feel like we've got to go in, don't we?
I think the goblins are in this place to look at the entrance of the cave from a little hidey hole.
Seems that way. Couldn't agree more.
Okay.
Do the goblins have anything of interest on them, such as vast amounts of wealth? For
Nah, each
example,
one's got their standard issue goblin scimitar and shortbow.
and a pair of bone dice.
And the bone dice, yeah. The one's
It looks
still
like that-
clutching.
Are the bone dice finely crafted?
No.
Oh.
Seems doubtful.
You could barely tell they're dice except the way they were throwing them. They were clearly meant to be used as dice.
I
Since they have
refuse to take
bows?
their lousy quality bone dice.
What's that?
Since they have
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Since they have bows, can I refresh my one arrow that I used?
Yeah,
Or can I
say,
just go grab my arrow since it didn't hit anything but the ground?
I don't think I'm gonna worry about regular ammunition. If you ended up with like magic arrows at a certain point, I definitely want to
Oh,
keep
that
track
feels
of
like way
those.
away.
But
All right, I'll go ahead and refresh my one
unless
arrow.
something comes up where there's 1,000 goblins and you're like, I just want to hide up on this roost and shoot all 1,000 goblins, then I might be like, you know what? You don't have that many arrows. But for
maybe she's got Legolas amount of arrows.
sure, he had a lot of arrows.
He did.
It only looked like he had 12, but he had a lot more than that. He'd shoot like 3 at a time too.
He had the cinematic amount of arrows, which is always there until all of a sudden you're out of arrows to be dramatic.
Yep. But you have to start stabbing people with them.
So, do we want to just start clambering in, or again send someone in to scout ahead potentially?
I mean, I'm the team. We should always be scouting.
Then we can send in Iris and Tarek and or as a
I mean,
front runner.
I bet either of those people can get the job done.
I do not
It's a-
believe scouting exactly helped us in this.
Sure it did. It got us the drop on a pair of goblins, and then we got to ambush them.
Yes, but they were 2 and we are 5. I feel like it would have been the same way.
I don't know if they ambushed us. One of them, one arrow is all it takes.
That's fair.
I listen from experience.
I'll cede my point. That's fair.
Gonna see this routine develop where everyone decides like this very stealthy approach, and then Varys just splashes alongside them. I was like, what? I don't
Why you guys
believe
so
in
quiet?
stealth.
Excuse me, Varys literally has the gods behind him, he thinks.
Yeah.
So, what could go wrong? What could possibly go wrong? I've not taken a scratch. Those 2 arrows, the first encounter, miraculously missed me. Explain that.
Hera be
Definitely
praised
active
apparently.
crowds.
But I won't rush in. I'm gonna let y'all go.
I will offer the sneaky people the chance to scout before I go barbarian and just rush forward.
I
I
How do
continue
I
to stand
go
in
where
the
I'd
stream.
like to go?
I'm gonna stand next to Ursa, prepare to also rush in. But I'll hang back.
I was thinking right there at the thumb joint. Because there's like the part that goes up and then there's like the thumb that goes to the side.
Sounds like a plan.
I was
As-
thinking like
as-
that.
As a scout, you get to do your scouty thing.
So I'm assuming Samir, you're staying out of the cave while they're scouting.
I am standing in the stream, and I continue to stand in the stream.
You're just
I'm
gonna
kinda
stay
looking
right
around.
where you are. Okay.
I'm letting my feet get all wet and cold, but I'm unconcerned.
All right.
Oh,
Very bold.
I don't know what the weather's like. Is it cold, hot, in between?
It's sort of like a late spring day. It's kind of pleasant, temperate, sunny, some cotton candy like clouds floating in the air. Picturesque.
Nice. I'm gonna appreciate the clouds and stand
72
in the stream.
degrees.
For stream standing temperature.
50% chance. 50% chance of rain.
So 3 mile an hour wind drifting in from the west. It's nice.
I will only accept this temperature if you're sitting in front of a giant blue screen. Oh, look at that!
I think I would like to move to the thumb joint box of the cave and look at things.
Do we have Tarek going in tandem? Or just Iris?
Tarek, did you want to go with?
Yeah,
I wasn't
I'll
sure
go.
if someone mentioned Tarek going, like the 2 stealthy people go, or if it was just going to be one. Was that yes?
Yeah, I'll go.
I'm going to drag my little guy up there
Okay.
to here.
I'll at least be near the entrance in case of issue.
So what I'm going to do is I'm actually I'm going to move you up. And why don't you get rid of those? There's a lot of arrows pointing around. I think I can get rid of them somehow, but I forget how. I can see all the arrows that you guys draw.
I think if you right click and then go to pointers, I think you can clear like everything, can't you?
Can I right click? Is it under drawings? Oh, pointers. Oh yeah, hell yeah. And I think she's also targeting that. There we go. All right, I'm gonna put you here because you're gonna see stuff here.
Okay. Do I need to roll something to see something?
Well, first off, both of you roll stealth.
I have to find where that is again. There it is. Stealth. Come here, buddy. Oh.
Hey, look at that pair of tens.
It's still respectable with your bonuses.
Thank goodness.
Considering a 3 and 5 roll, that's pretty good.
All right, just inside the cave mouth, there's a few uneven stone steps lead up to a small dank chamber on the east side of the passage. The cave narrows to a steep fissure at the far end. It is filled with the stench of animals. Savage snarls and the sounds of rattling chains greet your ears, where 3 wolves are chained up just inside the opening.
Oh.
Each wolf's chain leads to an iron rod driven into the base of a stalagmite. So let me get the wolves out here. Get rid of the dead goblins.
Puppy. No.
All right.
Can I let the folks down south know that we've got more fun over here? There's 3 fun things over there. I can let the guy in the river know. He can see me.
Yeah,
See you very easily.
So
And
I'm going to indicate to Samir that there are 3 baddies over there.
I'm gonna relay that on to Varys and Irsa. 3 I go with my fingers. Actually, I just say it because they're like 5 feet away from me.
So I saw Ursa earlier do that cutthroat thingy, which I've never seen. I do that, like to mean attack.
Okay. I'm gonna
Like questioning.
relay that on.
Questioning.
what's happening now?
Earlier, Ursa did a cutthroat motion to see if they should attack. I saw that and I'm imitating it to ask if I should attack.
Oh, okay.
I like it.
I at least would like to approach the cave slightly more, so I'm not so far away in case of unfriendly dogs.
We're at a stage now where as long as you don't want to pass the other 2, you can move up or
I'm just
to where you want your character to be.
Okay, well, I guess I'll move here.
And they are
They're
chained
chained, right?
to iron rods that are stuck in the ground.
Can we see what's past them? We heard chains. Are all the chains related to the delightful fluffy puppies that we found?
Yeah. So what
Or
you're
do
saying
we
is,
think
okay,
there's a
first off, I
prisoner
need to
behind them?
establish that they do in fact see you.
Right, but is there
Um,
anything behind them? Can we see past them?
behind them is the it narrows and there's a pile of rubble and looks like garbage leading up. Like the cave narrows into a crack. And you might sort of be able to see it on the map, but it's a pile of rubble and looks like garbage, bones, but also just other random. It looks like not just there. It looks like that's the garbage dump, and
So we don't think that they're
it goes
guarding.
up. It looks like garbage might be falling from somewhere up above, and it's like a steep, like a steep incline. It doesn't
like
look like a
to-
place where people walk.
I would like to get Iris's attention and offer her the remainder of this tasty horse flank as a means to placate the wolves.
It's like a pork chop, sweetie.
Oh, pork chops.
It might
Yeah.
make
Inside joke when we're camping.
Prestidigitation.
That
might
means
turn-
you can be friends with the wolves.
Yeah.
it might turn hostile wolves into maybe unfriendly wolves.
Worth a shot.
If this is the horse meat that's prepared by Tirsa, it might give them +2 temporary hit points. I don't want that.
I've already used
Well, I
that.
don't want that.
Those were special horse meats.
This is non-special horse meat, then I'm on board.
Yeah, this is uncooked horse meat.
Just smelly. They should love it. Can I feed the doggies some horse meat that is uncooked?
Yeah. What you would do is if he gives you the meat,
Uh-huh.
you can attempt to, because they don't look like they're trying to yank their chains out and attack you, but they look very wary and like they're growling, like this is their territory, and they're kind of hunkered down as if ready to spring if you get, if they feel like you're getting too close to them. That's their posturing.
Okay, so since they're chained, do we even want to bother with them? Or should we just head up into the cave more?
On the off chance they get suck on us, if they have fed them, maybe they will be less inclined to hurt you.
That's
Or
a
maybe
fair
you can-
statement.
Or maybe if you can get them friendly, you can release them and just let them out into the woods.
As a ranger, maybe you have an intuitive understanding of the moods of wolves.
Better with cats
judgment.
than dogs. Yeah, I'm much better with large cats than large dogs.
There is the handy dandy animal handling skill, in which
Well,
perhaps
yeah,
you could.
you would absolutely be using the animal handling skill if you decide to try to feed them to calm them down. You would be making use of the animal handling skill.
Okay, I would like to try that.
All right. So describe how you approach.
So I would go one square to the right and fling a tasty horse chop at this wolf number 3.
So like slowly, gently,
Or quickly and erratically.
or just like, hey, dog.
Roll to hit.
Okay, so we'll say you're doing it as you like.
Reasonably calm as a wood elf would
Okay, what else?
around animals.
If a wood elf would calm wolves.
So go
Yeah.
ahead and roll your animal handling skill.
Animal handling. Come here. Okay, ready? Go with gods. Yeah. All right. 18. That seems pretty good.
So as you're stepping forward, you see that they all three are looking at the meat that you're holding, and they stop growling, and they suddenly just look more interested, like they're sniffing, and looking at you like not scared anymore, more like what's that? And you drop it down, and let's say you moved in, and they all kind of move up next to you, like where you dropped the thing, and they're eating the meat. And they don't seem to be bothered by you at all at this point. It's like they're
Finally,
just,
chops made friends.
it's sort of like, oh, you, like, okay,
Okay.
they seem cool with you.
Good idea. So now what should we do?
Continue north.
Solid plan. Should I go first?
Yeah, we'll let you two
Or
scout
do I
ahead.
need to take my turn? I don't.
No, we're not doing turns at this point. We haven't entered combat.
Okay.
So combat only happens if one party on one side or the other decides it's time to attack. Like if they decided, oh, they don't like you and they're going to bite you instead of eat the meat, then I'd have everybody roll initiative and then we'd go.
So maybe 3 squares to the north. So I can see a little better if that little branch off to the left has anything, or is that more gravel impassable? Sorry.
Let's see.
Thoughts, concerns, better plans?
I think you're a bit too far for us to really give you full concerns other than me passing you meat.
So I'll
Well,
move
that
you.
was very helpful.
I'll move
So I
you
can
up
go,
a couple squares, and then
yeah, I can go 2, 3 squares straight north. And then I should be able to see more. And I can probably do that stealthily if that's a concern.
Probably is a concern.
I feel like the further we get into the cave, the more concerning it might be.
I would agree.
So should I roll the stealth to try to move?
yeah, please do. In fact, Tarek, if you're also going, roll stealth as well.
Ooh.
Oh,
I'm glad one of us is good at it. Because apparently I'm not.
one of you being bad at it is probably enough to ruin any sneaking plans, if there's someone around.
So I only had an 8. Very bad. Did somebody see us? Or me? As I trip over absolutely nothing and fall into something rattly?
You only did slightly bad. It's not like that was truly terrible.
Ooh.
Okay, so at this point on the left,
There's like a bridge or something up on
so
the
the main passage you're in now is starting to climb more steeply. Like you can see there are steps and stuff, and this stream, what we're calling a stream, is coming down more violent, like a little more faster here,
rapidly.
a little bit.
Okay.
And you do see there's a side passage across on the other side of the stream. In the shadows to the north, you can just make out the dim shape of a rickety bridge and a rope crossing over the passage ahead. And another passage that bridge seems to have about 20 feet above.
Mm-hmm.
Be a tunnel that connects tunnels 20 feet above the one you're going through.
So that little passage that is diagonal up to my left looks like it's got the same gravel bones garbage that was past the wolves.
What that is it's very steep gravelly, loose terrain. It doesn't look like it's something that's normally traversed. Like but it is something that you could try to climb up. You'd probably end up making a lot of noise, disturbing all of the stones and gravel. And it would be difficult. It's not something you could just. You'd have to roll some like dexterity checks to get up there. And it looks like if you mess up, you could get hurt from all the rocks. So buyer beware of taking that passage to the left. But it does look like you can get up there. It's just going to be risky.
Can we see drag marks or anything on that? So we think that maybe our fellow that we're searching for could be up there, or would we not be able to see that in that type of rocky terrain?
You don't see any evidence that it looks like anyone uses that portion of tunnel for traversal. It looks like it's just piles of loose stuff that, yeah, there's no evidence that if anyone was going to be using that to go up and down, they'd have to clear it. So if anyone is going up and down that thing, they're weird.
Fair enough.
Like if they live here and they're going up and down that, it's like, why wouldn't they clear the stones? Like make a project out of it, make an afternoon out of it. And it's very steep.
Be HGTV Cave Edition.
I'd watch it.
That probably would too.
Be good with snacks. Just saying. All right. So, what should we do, fellas?
You're in the lead. You can
Should I continue on?
Stealthing.
Like 2 squares diagonally north and east towards the bridge, but not actually get to the bridge?
I trust your scouting capabilities.
I'm glad somebody does.
What I'd like you to do now is roll a perception check.
Okay, that feels like a good idea. All right, come on, buddy, go for it. Oh, jeez Louise.
Tarek, do you want to roll perception?
I hang my head in shame and go cry in the river to hide my tears.
Ow.
Okay.
We just got real dumb. I'm so sorry. Put cotton in our ears, Vaseline over our eyeballs. We can't see anything. Bad. All right. What did we not perceive? Something stabbing us in the face now?
Okay.
Nope, that delay makes me worry. There's something. It's bad. It's gonna stab me. I can tell.
So, all of a sudden you hear, "Ah, there was a guy at the border!" And let me see a second.
The sinister shadow died.
Everybody roll initiative.
Oh yeah.
We're in a fight, I guess.
That's the INIT, right?
INIT.
Okay. Come on. Oh, son of a bad word.
Rolling, it's impossible.
Jeez. I need new dice. I would definitely trade these into the dice bowl and get new ones. These are cursed.
It's a ripoff. My D20 come
I'm gonna
numbered
change
one.
the color of my dice to.
Yeah, I'm
fix
definitely
them.
changing their color. This is not working.
It's
I can't
it's in a
remember
very unlucky
where that-
color. Yeah.
I don't remember where that option is though.
It's the thing that looks like a palette in the top right corner. next to
Oh,
the
right.
calendar.
Thank you.
It's one of the few buttons I know.
Well, I think you came up huge there. I really appreciate it.
Nice. It's those weird skills or things you know. It's like trivia. Okay, so what happened to us? Oh, Tarek had a good initiative roll. So did Varys.
All right.
Good
So
job, guys.
let me see. So, and you, I'm just going to say that, Samir, you heard the shouting in Goblin. And it says, intruders, release the water.
I start screaming to my companions. They are releasing water. Get the fuck out. Go. Get out.
And okay, so then he's shouting that, and he's taking shots with his, he's got a short bow.
The goblin guy?
The goblin guy.
Oh. And of course I'm in front, so how bad did he... Oh!
And
Hallelujah.
he takes a shot, and he misses. And you guys were surprised, so you don't get to act this turn.
Varys, I thank you for all of your prayers. They helped.
As well they should. The gods watch our every step.
Amen.
Every loud step.
Quiet, you northern heathen. I don't say that though, we're butts.
So at the start of my turn, I want to run.
Is that a real cat?
Yeah, it's also in the game. Inside the cave, there is a stray cat. It is meowing at Samir Nastardir.
Yes, canonically, every time me or Brad's cat starts yelling at us, a stray cat is running across our path.
Well, that's unfortunate because the goblins are about to unleash the water.
Cats have a natural aversion to water. I'm sure the cat will get out safely.
It will be
A
completely
cat
fine.
that loved water. You had to lock the door in the bathroom so he wouldn't crawl in the bathtub with you. It was very weird.
My old cat Dum Dum liked to drink shower water specifically, but didn't really want to get wet. Just wanted to drink shower water.
Oh no, our cat liked to swim. Fluffy, long hair, like super long hair cat. Loved to swim. Weirdest thing ever.
All right. So, Tarek, you take your turn just getting the heck out of there.
Oh, I
Yep.
should probably run too, shouldn't I?
Well, I don't know. I don't see Wall of Water on the battle tracker, so I'm not sure when Wall of Water's turn is.
Varys?
Oh shoot, that's me. I'm sorry.
Varys Sadai. Varys.
Yes, proper name, please. I am going. This isn't a ping. Is this an alcove? A raised alcove or something?
To the right?
That was where
Where?
that was where the wolves
That's
were.
where the wolves are.
No, right here.
Iris, on
You see
your
my
way out,
arrow?
please try to free the wolves. I don't want them to drown.
I don't see your arrow. You mean like up here?
No,
That's
it's,
where the
to
steep.
left of
That's
Iris.
that's the steep tunnel that's covered in loose rocks, stones. And
Oh, okay.
pebbles.
And we've been warned about oncoming wall of water.
Okay.
Who's good at swimming?
One.
No? Okay. I recommend Samir get out of the river.
Going
as
in
soon as
here.
you can.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when you walk in, the wolves are just basically, they're still messing with the meat, and they don't react to you at all. You're just like part of the scenery to them now.
Okay.
And so
well, that
you're just
was
gonna move
fine.
there and then
I'm
stay
gonna-
there.
Can I rush to the nearest or dash to the nearest one? I can't see them.
Oh, I'm sorry. They're right. I took them off the map already because they stopped being hostile.
Yeah, they're the 3 squares directly in front of ours, aren't they? Yeah.
We'll say I'm putting 3 X's where the wolves are.
Okay, well, I want to start hitting the chain of the nearest one.
Like, unleashing the wolves.
Wait,
Yay!
Brad? Did you not say that in
Whoa.
character? He told me to go rescue them, and I
Hold on a
thought that was a good idea.
You can free the wolves. See what happens.
Okay, yeah, I will.
We'll either get attacked by a wolf or the wolf will dip, and either is cool.
I'm going to give what your character would probably find obvious is that looking at the way that the chains are secured, it'll be quite a task to break the chains compared to pulling the chains so that the pegs come out of the ground.
Oh.
Okay, so what? Do I pull out the pegs?
I
And do
still
a
feel more
strength
like
check or
liberation
something?
if you break.
Yeah, go
the
ahead and roll a
chains,
strength
though.
check.
So symbolically, I
Okay.
think that's got a lot more weight, even if it is more difficult.
And it's going to be one action to pull a chain.
That's fine.
Oh wow!
All right,
Ooh.
you give it a good tug, and it gives, and then comes out.
Nice.
Good job.
Oh, that's my move in action. So let me.
Did he get eaten by that wolf?
We'll find out.
No, and in fact, when he does that, the wolf looks up at you and gives you a kind of a wolf smile. Like, is it time for a walk? You know how dogs get? You know how dogs get when it's time for a walk?
Said the W word. What if they hear you?
Walkies. It's walkies.
Yep. Oh, their tails. Oh my gosh. Can't even imagine.
So basically, yeah, the tail its tail starts wagging a little bit. And it's still more concerned that there's food on the ground. But it notices that its chain is slack, and it's like, hell yeah, this is my day. Food? Walkies? Who are these guys? I love them.
Okay,
Well, that's my
Mr.
turn, and I
Goblin's turn.
changed it on the combat tracker.
Okay.
So is the goblin going to hit me, or does he miss? Because I feel like I'm definitely in range.
You are. And he misses.
Ow.
Thank you, Varys, for all of your prayers. I'll buy you extra pearls to clutch.
Ursa.
The more Iris talks, the more I'm dedicated in converting them.
Well, it sounds like freeing dogs sounds like a pretty cool thing. Let's go free the dogs. So let's see, it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I'll free a dog.
All right, roll strength check.
This is one of my best skills, so of course you know it's going to fail because that's how the dice
roll
work.
a 1.
Hey.
Oh.
All right. You just give it one good solid yank, and the thing comes back out. You get wolf number 2, gives you a little wolf wag and a smile. Gets that look of excited expectation, like maybe after a snack it's going to go for a walk too.
All right.
All
Well,
right.
I guess that's my move. And
all right, Samir.
All right. Before I do anything, I'm just gonna yell in there. Hey, any more room in there to free wolves?
one more wolf to free.
Is there a space for me in that cave?
You'd have to go behind the wolves.
How would I get there? That doesn't seem
realistic. You have to step through them.
I have to walk through one more river at least, so I don't think I can make it.
Well, you could go, let's see, 1. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you could get through them.
All right. I don't think my strength is very high, but
as long as you're really not worried about them biting you.
I'm really not worried about them biting me. I'm going to take my chances.
Okay.
Seem real into humans.
All right. Are you going to try and yank the chain out?
I'm gonna try to yank the chain out, even though I am a weakling.
All right, give us a strength check.
I
Numbers,
believe in you,
baby.
Samir.
There we go.
Yeah.
In a feat of never before seen strength from Samir, he handily yanks the chain out. He makes it
Bad
look
news is
easy.
I pulled with my back, and it's all mangled. I should have used some other body part.
Did you jerk when you did it, though? Jerk with your spine?
I was told by a health authority, you jerk with your back.
That what you want to do is grab
Motion?
grab a hold of the heavy thing and then like very quickly twist your back while holding onto it.
Yeah. That's key.
It's not lift with your back; it's accelerate with your spine.
Oh. I said
If my
correct.
turn's over, and I should reflect that in the combat tracker.
The spine's made of bone. What's the worst that can happen?
Yeah, bone's tough.
Yeah, it's super tough.
So go ahead and end your turn, and we got. Oh, you did, and we got Iris.
Well, I feel like since I have, I think, line of sight to the goblin, I should try shooting him in the face. We rescued all the puppies.
If that's what you like to do, go ahead and target him and go for the shot.
Yeah, I feel like shooting him in the face, and then I can move if I need to.
Yep, you can move afterwards if you like.
Okay, so I control left click.
Yeah.
Nice. All right, and then I go to this place, and I'm going to shoot him with my longbow. Hopefully.
You got a hit.
Nice. All right. Come on. Damage. Son of a cat. Well, still worked.
Made it feel it. Don't worry about it.
All right. So, where's this wall of water we keep hearing about? Am I in danger from water? I don't think I can shoot that. I'm good at swimming. But
well, you can now move 30 feet or 35 feet. Well, you'll have to.
Should I continue up into the cave then? Because higher elevation, I'll be less prone to flooding.
Are you voicing this out loud?
Yeah.
I
No,
think
you wouldn't.
That might
You
not
wouldn't.
be a good idea.
You guys can discuss reasonably tactics just as sort of metagaming.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that seems like a bad idea.
But you couldn't
all
really
down
have
here.
a big. You couldn't do a grand strategy.
Either high elevation or out of wall of water, whatever's clever.
Out of there is my advice.
So I
I'm
should
dipping,
go
so
down out of the cave, like 2, 3, 4, 5 squares to the south, just outside the mouth of the cave, across from Tarek.
Doesn't seem bad.
Yeah, you could get there.
I'm kind of waiting for this wall of water so I can rush in.
It won't let me go any further than there.
You're gonna have to. You're hitting. It actually detects collision with the map. There you go. So you just have to go around it, but you're good.
Okay, I'm gonna go there, and I'm done.
All right. So basically, as everyone's taken their turn during that round, you hear a loud like crack, crack, boosh, and like this huge rushing sound, and this incredibly violent torrent of water just it's a sight to behold. It just shoots down the passage, and basically the people where the wolves are, like you're getting splashed, but it's basically going right past you. Anyone who would have been standing in there would have been in some trouble. But where you were all standing, like the water shoots out of the entrance of the cave. Iris, you get splashed pretty hard, but not like to the point where it's in danger of knocking you down, and a bunch of water just sort of floods out and dissipates outside of the cave entrance.
It's not like a water slide. Good to know.
I think we're just all happy that Samir apparently speaks Goblin for some reason.
I'm a scholar, sir.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
Madam.
Whatever.
All right, Tarek.
Draconic as well.
Nice. I see the water rush past and the wolves are saved. So,
I'm sorry, Tarek.
oh, sorry.
Yep.
Your move.
So the water's more or less dissipated at this point.
Yeah, at this point, it's basically it rushed through and like a giant wave. It's not like a continuous. It was just as if there was just a huge, like someone undid a dam from a body of water large enough to cause that, and then once the rush gets through it, it basically levels out immediately.
Okay, well then I'm probably going to see if I can go back in the cave. I think there, because that puts me back next to the group.
Mm-hmm. All right. You just want to, is that what you want to do for the round, is just end up there?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. All right. Varys Sadai, to properly title you.
Alrighty. So, seeing the water rush by and the wolves safe, I'm going to head back out. And we're going to start heading up. So, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And let's see. 1, 2, 3,
Excuse me.
4, 5. You could go one more square.
Well, I see something there.
So, well, what you see is the goblin at the edge of a bridge 20 feet above you, looking down as you're approaching.
He is hurt heavily.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
wounded.
so I want
I
to
shot him in the face.
All right. So yeah, you can get a shot. And actually, can I move him? I guess he's stuck right now
So
because
this
it's not his
has
turn.
60 feet. I'm going to toll the dead.
Well, if they didn't hear us coming, they'll hear us now.
What happens if they succeed?
He saved. I don't think anything.
He
0
doesn't-
damage.
No damage. Okay.
So I
It's
just
kinda
fail.
It's like swinging a sword. So you either hit for damage or miss for nothing.
Oh, that's my turn. I missed. So, boop.
But the spell comes with a loud toller spell, which through this cave must be quite.
Was the release the water and loud sound of rushing water not loud enough?
It's just nice. We have a nice little bong through the cave.
Boom. Okay, it's my turn.
All right. So hold on. This is I think they've got this guy stuck in the geometry
Oh no!
because I can't move him.
He should just get shot in the face then. Best way to get
There
him
we go.
stuck.
That's better. All right. So he goes, dissipate! And Varys, sorry, Samir, you hear him. He cursed and said, "They're still here."
All right. Hey guys, we're still alive. Be careful.
And he takes a shot at Varys, hits.
Darn it.
8 points of damage. Varys, you're down to 1 hit point, but you're still standing.
Jesus Christ.
Why is it like this?
Those
Well,
pearls.
nothing was touching him before, so maybe his god's trying to tell him something.
They do work
Sweet.
in mysterious ways.
Yeah, this is what you get for leaving dogs.
And then after that happens,
No.
oh, hold on a sec. He's just like, they're coming, and disappears.
He said that in common?
Well, I'll just say Samir hears him yell
Oh,
that.
okay.
And then he rushes across the bridge and out of sight.
No, we lost him while he was heavily injured? Shoot.
And Ursa.
All right. Well, let's see. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And how high up is the bridge?
20 feet?
20 feet up, okay. Is this wall kind of craggy and climbable?
You get a sense for it.
I'm just gonna lay dying on the floor as he looks at a wall to see if he can climb it.
Let's hear.
Solid
I know you've
play.
got hit. What am I going to do to you? Go. Oh, it's okay, buddy. I need to kill the threat for you.
No, the cave's actually. It looks like it's been carved out by water, and it's fairly. I mean, it's not like a solid tube, but the surfaces are more or less smooth.
All right. So we've got a tunnel on the left that requires a gravelly climb that could lead around, or that could be a dead end. Or we could try to go in deeper and see if we could get in. I think I'm going to pull out a javelin, and if a goblin rears its goblin-y head, I'm going to ready an action to throw the javelin at said goblin.
All right. So that's a fair thing to do. So you're cocked and loaded.
Yep.
As they say.
I'm always cocked and loaded.
Yeah.
Shake my head.
I see what we did there with that cock. Yeah. All right. Samir.
All right, I've got, as you can imagine, I've got pretty low visibility deep inside this cave. So I better 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not getting in front of you guys. That doesn't seem particularly purposeful. I can't see shit, so I'm just gonna do nothing.
You could ready a spell if you like.
Okay. I've readied Ray of Frost.
All right,
And
so if
we'll
you see a
zap anybody who
goblin,
comes into range.
it's getting a ray of frost. All right, Iris.
G-Law, please check Discord.
Oh.
Can I stand next to the mirror? It's sort of on the bank of the Dream River thing, right?
Oh. Ethan just left. He's done.
Oh,
So he
bye,
said
Ethan.
an emergency came up.
Oh no. I hope everything's okay.
Yeah, I don't know what he said. He had emergency came up and he's got to go. So I think this is the end of session 1.
Well, but now that Ethan's gone, I think we're going to struggle to be able to schedule session 2 right now.
No, I don't think we'll be able to schedule session 2. So you know what, Iris? Why don't we just have you? Well, let's finish out the round and just have you take whatever action you're going to take.
I'm gonna go right here.
Okay.
That's 6 spot 1, 5 spots. And I can't see anything from here other than my friends. So I'm gonna hang out here.
All right.
The end.
So, well, that was session 1.
Ending
That's very exciting.
on a cliffhanger.
On a cliffhanger. Almost.
Who knows if these goblins have more water? Maybe the doggos will follow us and be loyal to us from here on out.
Horse chops. Delicious horse chops.
We're gonna give the wolves a taste for horse, so when we go back to the cart with them, they'll try to eat our horses.
I can make anything taste like horse, so I'll keep them satisfied. Don't worry about it.
Can you also make it smell like horse?
Well, I assume that in order to make something taste like horse, it has to inherently smell like horse, because that's just how how taste perception works.
When you're dealing with
True.
magic, who knows the limits of magic?
Also true.
That's
You
true.
might be able to make something smell awful but taste amazing. In defiance of your taste sensory organs.
I think I would need a more advanced spell to pull that off, but who knows?
I think you can change the way things smell with prestidigitation too.
This is what I'm going to think about instead of going to sleep tonight now.
This stunning cliffhanger that we probably gonna have to wait 6 weeks to see what happens.
No,
Please not 6 weeks.
no, the magic involved in taste versus
Oh right,
smell.
okay. I guess that's another thing. You have to wait 6 weeks to see what he can do with that as well. Well, so yeah, it's our quarterly Dungeons and Dragons session.
Probably not. I've not
Started
yet been
playing,
able to
I
hit
think it'll be
anything.
quicker.
What's that?
Said I've not yet been able to hit anything with my poor barbarian.
You made some very impressive attempts, though.
No, yeah. Well, the first time I didn't make an attempt because I got shot 3 times.
Well, yeah, but the one attempt that you got to make was I was very impressed.
But I did get shot 3 times, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, you did. You were like Boromir. Except
I mean, he
you
almost
didn't.
died. I don't know what's
Except you
impressive
didn't
about
hang
that.
out there for a while, going, "Oh!" You just went.
No, afterwards I got up again.
But then
It's
you
like,
got. You did actually. That was very Boromir of you.
Well, he didn't like get up again and be like, "Oh, I'm gonna make some dinner." He got shot 3 times and like gave his dying speech to Aragon.
Just enough time. I'm now looking at the chat for the first time, so I figure if we're still hanging out, we could chat a little bit. But for the adventure ended, and now if we want to still hang out for a while, I'm still good for that. But those who are if people are watching this as a VOD later, you can safely leave if you're concerned you're going to miss more Dungeons and Dragons at this point. If however long we go from here is just going to be just hanging out.
Tune in next time and watch me bleed to death on the floor while all my companions surround me and do nothing.
We're readying weapons in case it return to strike you down.
The gods will
You
save
have
me.
a band-aid
For
on
sure.
you.
We're gonna let your turn roll around again so you can heal yourself. I think you're currently the only one capable of such a feat.
Oh no.
Play my flute at you, but I don't know how much that would do.
I shall go to Valhalla happy, I guess. I don't know.
Once I think next level I'll get potentially access to a healing spell, but I don't know if I'll actually take it.
You see, the only other D&D I've played is with Nick, so I keep forgetting I don't have these crazy spells.
And
I
you've
thought I was
gotten
gonna
pretty
lightning
far
somebody
too.
earlier.
I'm guessing you're probably like 6th or 7th level, based on where you've been.
We're 8th or 9th.
Oh dang, okay. I guess you've continued to play.
Yeah, it's going to take a little bit of adjusting for him because we're playing Gestalt, which means he is both a full leveled bard and a full leveled warlock. So he gets to enjoy the benefits of 2 full spellcasting classes while going through an adventure, since there's only 2 people in which to partake in the adventure, one of them being my own DMPC.
Mm-hmm. So, Joss, how was it for the first time playing with a group of people?
It does take a lot longer.
As
Nick told me it
forewarned.
would.
There are some seasoned dungeon masters that will refuse to go more than 4 players. And they'll still even say 3 players is the ideal number of players. I think 4 to 5. I think 4 might be a sweet spot, but it's nice. 5 is good too, but that it is where you start getting. I think 5 is where you start getting where combat drags on a little bit. It'll go faster once everyone's more comfortable with Fantasy Grounds, and people who are newer to the game getting more comfortable with what they can or can't do, that sort of thing. But
there's even just the discussion with horse to be like, let's just drag the horse off the road, and everyone being, well, how long are we going to do this? I'm like, let's just drag it off real quick. And
yeah,
kind of the horse discussion takes time.
And ultimately, the horse discussion is probably inconsequential in the big picture, right? But it's more
my character would.
Yeah, it's what your
character
role
would care
play.
about. Yeah, they would care about she'd care about the consequences.
Yeah. And then who knows, the kind of dungeon master I am, I might be like, oh yeah, you just left those horses out? All right. You're going to be, when you get to town, there's going to be like a widow asking where her husband was. He's supposed to be back. And someone will come into town all torn like his partner. It'll be like, he got ate by wolves. Someone left dead horses on the road and ate your husband. The wolves ate your husband. Who could have done such a thing?
They should have been sated on horses.
If only someone had strung them up into trees like marionettes to scare the wolves away.
I think that would leave the wolves there for longer as they tried to leap up and bite the horses that are dangling from trees. But we might get a new parable about. We might get a new parable about sour horses.
Mm.
So, Miss Amanda,
Yes.
what are do you have any public statements?
Well, this is way farther than the one time we attempted with our friends where I think we made it onto the wagon. And that's as far as we got.
That doesn't seem very far.
3 people who had no idea.
Yes, 3 people who'd never played before.
Right. We were like, we're on a wagon. Cool. And that's pretty much as far as we got. I think we may have seen something in the trees and looked to see if there was something in the trees and that. And it was time for them to go home.
I had a different opening. We were playing this same adventure, but I had a different, like a custom opening for you guys. Once you were on the road, other stuff was happening before you got anywhere near where the ambush happened here.
There was a guy behind us.
So someone following you on the road.
And he never seemed to get closer, but he always stayed with us. And so we decided to look, and then there was time for them to go home. And that's as far as we made it. And that is the most Dungeons and Dragons I've ever played before tonight. So, I'm sorry for asking so much advice.
No, you're fine.
I very much appreciate the advice I received. I feel very supportive. Or supported. Sorry.
I accidentally blew up an innocent civilian my second session, I think. Just exploded him. So.
To look forward to.
He wasn't even fighting, so.
To be fair, he wasn't fully innocent, but still, he was at your he was your prisoner essentially.
Well, then I'm sure he just deserved to be blown up. Obviously.
Well, actually, no. Poor guy was manipulated and abused by the elders of the town.
Ah, that happens.
I think we might have even healed him before I exploded him.
Yes, we did.
On accident.
He was knocked unconscious, so the DM cleric essentially. Would you like to ask him some questions? Sure. Okay, I'll give him some hit points so we can ask him some questions. And you didn't like the answer, so you zot him with an Eldritch Blast. I'm like, okay, and he dies.
You know what? That's what happens. You know, It's a tough world.
You shoot people when they're down; they tend to die.
Yeah, especially if you shoot them in the face.
So I'm pretty new too.
So, if anybody has advice for me, please feel free to give it to me or tell me to shut the heck up or whatever. I had a great time.
That's one reason why I wanted to be like, yeah, you can talk a little bit. Like, even though your characters wouldn't have a chance to have a conversation, there's various levels of, you could say on the road you discussed tactics of what you might do in certain situations. So which could fudge to allow a little bit of discussion between players.
Okay, so is that not normally allowed then?
It depends on the dungeon master. I don't think there's a strict rule about one way or the other, but some will be a lot more strict about no conversation, and others are more permissive of letting characters like have a discussion mid-combat about what to do next. What generally wants to be avoided is where there's these carefully orchestrated, coordinated things happening that take an hour to discuss for one round. Like to come up with some master. That's where it's like, yeah, maybe we need to draw a line somewhere. But if it's just real quick, like, can I go back down around this corner in my turn? Yeah. It's little discussions like that are fine. And especially
generally allow I generally allow discussions just because I think the tactical part of combat in D&D is kind of the fun part that like people like to do. It doesn't seem harmful to let people discuss a little bit, but once it gets kind of like,
Yeah, do you put your foot down? Do you have that point where you say, okay, that's now you've got 30 seconds to bring this to a close, and then Tarek's got to decide what to do.
my groups usually move along enough that I don't have to do that.
Okay.
There's the kind of rare occasion where someone is like trying to like, maybe I could do this and this. I'm like, well, your character is currently 20 feet underwater. You're not having a discussion about what your character could do to solve the particular situation until you climb out of the water. And it's like, oh, okay. Then once they do that, I'm fine letting them talk again.
All right. Well, cool. That's good to know. Yeah. In my other game, I don't step in a whole lot, but they also don't do a ton of discussion in the middle of combat.
I've been playing forever and a day.
Who,
I don't
us?
have any newbies on the team. Yeah, you and the lads. The fellas, if you will.
Oh, it still takes a long time. Also because none of them had played 5th edition before. So it's almost more jarring of someone that's played older editions of D&D that come into 5th because they played a ton of it. And they're used to things going a certain way. And so that's where when some new way of handling something in combat is not what they're used to. Yeah, that's like there's a lot of rule looking up, which I allow. I mean, some DMs are just like, whatever ruling I make during game, that stands just to keep the game going, and then we could do it later. I'll check it later, and if I was wrong in the future, I'll do it that way. But yeah, I tend to let discussion go. But yeah, it's a lot of stuff like, what do we do with the horse? What do we do next? Do we keep this guy alive or not that we captured? There's like all sorts of discussions pop up about that, and I tend to be pretty hands off.
See, the handy part about fighting people is if you kill them, there's no discussion about if we leave them alive afterwards.
Truth.
Yeah, and let's see. I could reiterate that at any point that you do a killing blow with a hand-to-hand, a melee attack, you can, instead of having them be dead, you can instead declare you're knocking them unconscious. And then they'll be at 0 hit points for roll a 1d4, and they will be like basically comatose unless someone heals them for 1 to 4 hours. But so far, it seemed like most of the things that died by distance. So you don't get to choose if you kill them with an arrow or a spell from a distance.
Range attacks are lethal. Melee attacks can be either or. Whereas back in like older editions, you had to declare ahead of time that you're trying to knock them unconscious.
Oh, yeah.
With 5th edition, like the finishing blow, you can be like, and he's knocked unconscious. I don't want to kill him.
Well, and I remember earlier editions in Dungeons and Dragons, you had to declare you're doing a subdual hit, and they would only do like 1 point of damage. It's like, oh, you have to be hitting them with the flat of your blade.
So
and it does 1 point of damage every time you make it. You connect.
At least in 3.5, you would take a -4 to the attack roll and do subdual damage. But the problem is,
okay, so they made that a little bit better than OG
well, the bad part being you can take non-lethal damage equal to your hit points, and it's a different hit point tracker. So you track hit points down, you track non-lethal damage up, and if the two ever meet, you're unconscious. So Mike, I've got 100 hit points, and you do 50 damage to me. It would take 50 subdual damage to meet up to it. But if you're like, but otherwise they're like two separate different tracks entirely, and it's just a headache for the DM to track all that stuff separate. And I'm glad it's gone.
Yeah, it does sound. I mean, this is, one could say almost OP. Well, I don't know if you call it OP, but I know like in my other group, they pretty much leave almost everything alive. And then when they decide they're not going to be useful, then that they like execute them. So it's always like a couple times the circumstances of that I've made it clear that it was pretty dark.
I've
This
heard
guy's
about
not
some
good.
of their exploits. They are not very nice.
They're begging for their lives and
Uh-huh.
being told like if you give us helpful information, we'll let you live. And then they spill their guts. And then the characters
Fill
think
their guts.
the players think they've gotten all that they need, they'll be like, should we still kill them? Like, well, there's no point keeping them alive. Who's going to know? Like, how are we going to win points with the evil, with the evil cult? If we leave this guy alive, they're not going to care. So they're like, nah, let's kill him.
You
So
you win points with a
bad.
god.
Yeah, Varys would be clutching all his pearls. He would not appreciate that, I don't think.
Well, I did have that backfire. They did that to somebody in the Feathergale Spire, and let the Feathergales kick him off the spire to like 1,000-foot drop below. They called it delivering him to the justice of the sky. And after they promised they'd let him live, and
Did that come back to bite them?
and I had him be rescued by what are those things that are called like Arakokas or whatever? They're these winged, good winged creatures. And I was saying that like, oh, they're watching this. They've seen people getting thrown off this tower, and they're watching to like try to see if they see it look like it's going to happen, they're going to rescue them.
Yeah,
So-
I replaced them with harpies because I don't really like the Arakokra.
Well, I had them like rescue this guy, and this guy took it as this divine experience to like change his ways. Like, I was delivered to the sky for justice, and then these winged creatures of good divine goodness rescued me and set me on the true path. So the next time they went back to town, this guy had turned himself in and was in like captivity of the town, and like fully cooperative, fully apologetic for everything he'd ever done wrong. And then
Did the party kill him anyway?
the characters got back into town, and the constable's like, is it true you promised you let this guy live if he helped you, and then you had him thrown off of a tower after he held up his end of the bargain?
No.
Bad fellas.
Who are you going
They
to believe?
seem like
Us or
nice
this cultist?
people in the real world too.
Oh, they fessed up to it. I basically had the constable just be like, yeah, I understand you have to make some tough decisions out there, and I'm not going to hold it against you, but understand some people will. I sort of left it at that. But but yeah, when you're in the middle of the wilderness and there's some goblins you knocked unconscious, and then you're deciding probably that's not going to get back. It's not going to get back to you later.
Tactics.
But you never know.
Always be honest, or it could bite you in the behind.
No, I've played plenty of campaigns in which I'm the lawful good character or whatever, and we like knock someone unconscious, and then we interrogate him afterwards. People are like, "Oh, well, let's just kill him." Like, well, no. Now we've got an obligation where we've got to take this person back to town and take him to see the constables and have him tried and all that kind of stuff. And people are like, I don't want to do that. It's like, you shouldn't have left him alive. If you kill him in combat, I wouldn't have had this issue.
I'm a good character. I am not behind this being all shady and lying.
So what?
Kind of
So, but
chaotic,
then
but
what in those
still.
games? What do you do at that point? I mean, do they just kill him anyway, and then you have tension, or do they go, okay, now let's stop everything we were doing and go 6 days back to town, so we can deliver him to like the local constable?
So in that particular game, I was playing the healer of that campaign, and everyone was like, okay, we'll take him back to town.
Okay.
And while we were taking him back to town, the shady person was like, I knife the guy in the back. So I never healed that guy again.
Oh.
It's like, you're on your own for healing forever. And he's like, well, you're the healer. I'm like, tough. If you're gonna betray my trust like that, you don't get healing.
Experiences, man.
But that didn't derail the game.
No.
That's an interesting, and that's like Dungeon Master hands off. That's just stuff that characters are doing.
It was a fun discussion. And then, I didn't really like the character anyway, so now that I don't have to heal him, like, all the better.
I like it.
So he was the sort of player that'd be like, we'd find some loot, and then and everyone in the group is like, hey, does anyone want this loot? It's like, no, it doesn't seem like it. Then he's like, oh, I'll take it. And he's like, okay, what are you going to use it for? I'll just sell it. Well, no, if we're going to sell it, we're all going to sell it and split the money. You're not just give it to you for you to sell it to take all the money for yourself.
Rude.
It's very rude. It's like, no one here can use this wand. Well, I'll take it. So we stopped like giving him stuff because we thought he was secretly selling it and keeping all the money for himself.
You had to ask, what are you going to use it for? Profit?
I'm going to ask for it at some point in time in the future, and if I don't see it again.
So, but yeah, I feel like we maybe got a little bit further into this than I thought we were going to. I wasn't sure.
Now the question is this a thing that's fun to do on stream, or is this just
I had fun doing it on stream. Honestly, once we got going, I mean, that's part of the reason why I wanted to make sure to announce it's not going to be a chat interaction stream for me. So that once we got things going and we were past the introduction, even though I forgot to take Gundren Rockseeker's face down, so people got to stare at where was he at? Instead of seeing the dice, they got to see Gundren's a tight zoom of Gundren's mug for the first 2 hours of the session. But as actually playing it on stream, though, I had just as much fun as I did, playing with my regular group. I thought it went well. How did you guys feel about playing it knowing you were on stream? Did that make it harder or more pressure or anything like that?
I mean, not for me, because I put stuff out on occasion at least, so I'm less concerned with looking a fool.
I just ignored it, really.
Certainly not as bad as me trying to play King of Fighters.
Were you playing King of Fighters in the background, Brad?
No, of course, no, I was. I'm just referring to my streams where I play King of Fighters very poorly. This is way less embarrassing than that.
I think I missed a question. I had to run to the other room for a second.
I was just wondering if, and this was something when I first pitched the idea of playing on stream, Amanda, I didn't think you were going to go for it. In which case, we would have still played, but we wouldn't have done it on stream.
I just kind of forgot that was happening. Kind of like when we played that game where you shoot the ray gun, you go through the holes.
Oh yeah, we played Portal 2 multiplayer.
That's the one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I kind of just forget that anyone else is there, which is why I left that stream saying bye-bye, like all.
Oh, the fun part of it is that you'll be able to go back and watch the stream as in future as kind of memories.
You can watch you and Nick die in the first combat.
Others should be able to enjoy that. I tend to not enjoy listening to my own voice, but probably from years in customer service and having to listen to my own voice on record.
Honestly, I'll probably go over these again. I don't think
I'll listen. If I'm embarrassing.
I don't think I'll sit down and listen to any of them from beginning to end, but I'll probably refer to them. And also, it's kind of like, this is one thing I talked about with my other group, and I offered to do unlisted streams for them, and like none of them really wanted that. So I'm like, okay, well, I decided to offer in case, I think about if we could go back and we have our golden age of D&D back in the 80s and 90s. And if we could go back and like actually listen to those again, that would have been pure gold for us. And even in a lot of the sessions that we've had since we've been playing, there have been some periods and some things that have unfolded that have been so memorable and so much fun that I would love to be able to go back and see it again. And so for me, that's why one reason why I wanted to have it on stream to save it and have it in a video on demand later was so that I could go back and look at it again and be like, oh, remember that time? It's like, oh yeah, let's go look at that. I think that's kind of cool. So yeah, I'll definitely be rewatching some of this stuff.
Hopefully people are interested in watching it. If not, we'll just be for just ourselves.
Well, and that's almost like the other day when you're like, you should do an announcement video, and there's a part of me that's almost doesn't care. I don't know if how many people are into it. My channel is so not about growth, but what it came down to is I thought, well, there probably are people that still are in the orbit of the channel. They pop in that if they knew we were doing this, they would be interested in watching.
So, you were DMing, but some people popped in that we don't usually see on Thursday night as much. Like Hunty popped in, and what was it? Nolan Wolf popped in.
Oh yeah, there's Matus.
Some people from Brad's stream,
James Baker. Did we
Tech
get a raid
Marion
in the middle of
Catherine.
it? That would have been fun if I got raided and just completely blew them off because I'm not even looking.
Well, I think the rest of us have it pulled up so that we would inform them that you're busy DMing and we're kind of keeping an eye out. And there was only 2 Russian bots,
I
so I
had
had
to
to
put it
delete.
away once we got into the second map area, since you can see everything on the YouTube stream. So at that point, I was like, just noped out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, if I wanted to, I could just pop out the chat, but I didn't. I wasn't that committed, I suppose.
That's what I did. I popped out the chat, and it's taking up like 1/6 of my screen, and then the rest is Fantasy Grounds. Just so if stuff pops up in chat and it's like, "Hey, why isn't he paying attention to me?" I can just like answer real quick or whatever, and at least keep people up to date if they don't read titles. Which, from my experience, people don't read titles.
So yeah, the only reference I saw to it was I saw Yumi come in and she seemed to be like, oh wait, yeah, he's not going to interact, huh? Like no one had to tell her. So yeah, I thought aspect worked out. I did have some anxiety, but I mean, like my intro video I did was like just over a minute, and half of that was saying, I'm not going to talk to you if you come in and visit. It's just to watch the game. So if you come in, if that sounds like fun, but know that I'm not going to talk to you.
People are so used to you not focusing on the game and instead focusing on chat that it's an adjustment.
Well, yeah, it's exactly the thing. And if they, God forbid, people come in when I am absorbed into a game and I don't notice them, that I've gotten some, I've had some pretty upset people before. Why are you ignoring me? So I'm like, this is going to be the ultimate blow off if they come in on a night like this. I want to have it plastered like all over. It's in the title. It's in the whole front part of the description, which I'm going to delete after the stream. It's just this big disclaimer about it's not that I don't like you. I said, yes, we are ignoring you. But we're ignoring everyone.
Brad doesn't like you, but
maybe it'll be personal for some of the people here, but not
You're
me.
delightful.
But
I don't know you.
At least James is enjoying it.
So, well, what I was thinking too is we could bring the. Oh wait, is he still there? Oh yeah, he's still there. We could either keep rolling and discuss when the remaining of us are available, or we can get off stream and discuss that, since that might involve people talking about personal plans.
All right. Well, you know my policy. Just schedule it sufficiently in advance, and I'll be available.
So you're considered.
I don't do shit on the weekends anyway, except hang out with my girlfriend. And I don't do that at 8 a.m.
I think Amanda and I are busy the next 2 weekends.
Okay.
And beyond that, we're open. Is that right?
Next weekend is D&D with the fellas.
My
The weekend after that is my mama and
Yeah.
her birthday weekend, so game day. And then the weekend after that, we're fine. I think most of our weekends after that are fine until camping season.
And camping season
It
starts in
until
May.
June. We don't have Memorial Day, so our first one is the first weekend in June itself.
Okay. So that'll be changing, but at least for now, yeah, we're open starting 3 weeks from today and onward. We're basically open. Brad's open. Nick?
As long as it's on a Saturday at like the same-ish time. It's like today, I woke up at like early to go over to my friend's house to play D&D. Then I'm like, no, at 6 o'clock I gotta go, so I can go to my house and play D&D.
So the 8 o'clock your time is good.
Yeah, we
Like
wrap
any
up,
Saturday.
Yes, we wrap up at 6 o'clock if we do play on a Saturday, which we only play every other Saturday, and then that gives me 2 hours to get home. So in case of emergency, I've got 2 hours to get home. So that's plenty of time, even
And
if
Josh,
we go over a little bit.
So what I'm seeing is, Joss, what about you? Because we seem to be zeroing in on is possibly 3 weeks from today playing again.
I get my schedule on a monthly basis, but generally I work 08 to 1600 my time every weekend, so I should be good.
Okay, so we'll have to check in with
Are
Ethan.
you
But
Pacific Standard?
Mountain, so
Mountain.
5 p.m.
Okay.
y'all time.
Okay. I was just trying to get the time zone.
but
Sorry.
you can be available to meet at 5 my time.
Yes, I should be able to, yeah.
Okay. So because
think
I do
Ethan-
feel like
Ethan's
we
the
might
wild
be
card.
this was about exactly like the amount of game or time that I thought would be good. I was sort of hoping for 4 to 5 hours of game time, and I think we'll be able to get more into that when we're not introducing the campaign. We spent time doing that, and I more time setting up it beforehand. But yeah, I think like a 4 to 5 hours. That does seem like around 9. This was the second time like Ethan needed to sort of get out around 9, and I don't know if that's a normal thing. But that was sort of my expectation, was play until 9 or 10 my time. It's just I could go longer. I think most of us could go a little longer.
Yeah.
But I think especially once I hit about 5 hours of play, I'm just about done at that point. Like I don't want to go much further than that if we get that far.
Yeah, it depends if I'm DMing or not. Like 4 hours of beat talking is usually enough.
Well, you get in a game, especially with players, you get them talking amongst themselves a lot. So there is time. There's a little bit of sometimes downtime for that. But yeah, it's definitely, being the DM is a lot of talking.
Yeah.
So
Especially with poor Joss on his lonesome. It's him having to come up with all the plans, being a new player and implementing them himself.
yeah, that's got to be rough because even with a DNPC, you don't want to be like actively helping to strategize.
I just stumble in and cast Eva's Black Tentacles. Seems to
Yeah,
do the job.
Yeah, that kills things pretty quick.
So we're zeroing in then, hopefully, depending on if Ethan's available, on March 26th, 2022 for session 2 at 5
Oh,
p.m.
this month. March
of this month.
Yeah, the 26th.
On the 26th, I work. Yeah, I can do the 26th. I already have my schedule out.
Okay.
So, yeah, you can put me
So
down.
what we'll do is, I don't know what Ethan's availability is. And then going out, does anyone know, like, if I found out tomorrow, like I know we're available just after that, just in general, we could lock in. It sounds like you won't know for sure, Joss, until the month starts, until April starts.
If you lock in a date before the 15th of this month, I can request it off, so that'd be fine.
Okay.
If it's next month, that is.
Brad sounds like he's available. Nick, it sounds like you're available.
Yeah.
So really what it looks like is we're going to see our best case scenario is we play again in 3 weeks on the 26th. But if we can get an answer within the next week and a half, we're all available pretty much any Saturday after that.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. So basically it's sort of as soon as Ethan is available, we can schedule next session. So I'll send something to him. I think tomorrow. I'm not going to bother him. Well, I don't know what's going on at his place, but it sounded like something happened. And but I'll send him a message tomorrow and see if we can lock anything down. But yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, it sounds like a plan.
Oh, you're the first to leave. Oh no, Amanda also left. Mr. Slaw.
Where did I leave?
Fantasy Grounds. I just saw.
Oh, yeah. I'd been asleep for a while, according to the picture on my fantasy ground, so I left.
Oh, no, that's fine.
I'll just leave my character bleeding out on the floor.
You're not bleeding out. You have 1 hit point. 1 hit point's all you need.
That's bleeding out. I'm dying.
No,
1 hit point in a dream. You'll be fine.
If a rock falls from the ceiling, I'm gonna die.
no, that means you're just on
Very
death's door.
stable cave.
Oh my God.
Bleeding out would be actively losing hit points every round.
We'll see what happens next time on Dragon Ball Z.
Don't worry, I'll rub some dirt in it and you'll stand back up.
keep this barbarian far away from my character as possible.
I'm sure there's a herb somewhere. You'll be fine. There's some moss on there.
You know,
Is
I
this-
can just heal myself. I'll just make a note.
I mean, I'm good with animals. I'm not so good with people. I'm a wood elf. What are you gonna do?
Don't worry, if you die, I'll feed you to the wolves, so none of you go to waste.
This
We
Gundren
take comfort
dude
in
really,
that.
really put me with the crowd, huh?
And
Send me back to the
Samir can
monastery.
make you flavored like anything he wants you to, too. So
After everybody dies, I'm gonna make them all kinds of delicious flavors.
Quick Cocoa Pops. I don't think there's a game
Brad's
related.
character is the
right.
scariest thing I've seen since leaving the monastery.
Well, I'm chaotic good. I make some decisions here that maybe a more stable person would not make.
I'm also chaotic good, and I don't think I make the decisions to flavor people like horse
You
meat.
don't have the ability to flavor people.
Wait, are all y'all chaotic good? I'm just neutral.
I'm chaotic good as well.
Oh my goodness. It's a room
Wait,
full
is
of
everybody
crazies.
chaotic good except for?
No, I'm neutral good.
Do you have anybody
Oh,
who's
yeah,
bad on our team?
The way you played Jazz, I would have thought you'd be lawful good.
I think I am playing more lawful good, but it's just because y'all are all crazy.
Well, I won't.
Crazy.
I won't
Fair.
tell. I won't tell Ethan's character's alignment unless he discloses it. But
So
Okay,
Brad's
I'm
character
not
keeps
gonna
trying to make
lie.
us eat crazy stuff. Nick's character keeps
You
rushing
don't have
into
to eat it, I'm just helping
danger.
to make- Well, I did try this with Nick that one time. But
well, Brad,
to be
isn't
honest-
one of the defining characteristics of your character is that he's a little weird because of all the mushrooms he's eaten for science?
I mean, that's why his eyes are all green. There's presumably some severe psychological effects as well. So yeah, he's got some issues. But I feel like we could maybe next time do a little more role playing. I didn't get a lot of that out of this session.
No, and actually that was something that I debated about because, like I said, this is an intro. This is an introductory adventure, and it's meant to be lightweight. And I more or less, going into this session at least, I more or less played it by the book in terms of how it started. So if you remember, we had a session 0, and after we did all of our tutorials about Fantasy Ground and everything else, and talked about character backgrounds, I was like, if you guys want to stick around, we could have an optional role-playing session. And what I was going to have there is have you actually role-play the encounter at the tavern with Gundren Rockseeker. When he comes in and he's like spooked, like something's going on. I was going to get more into what was going on. But for the purposes of this, like, this is basically what the philosophy is for this adventure is kind of like a movie that starts in the middle of an action sequence. So it's like Star Wars opens up in episode 4 where the Empire is attacking Princess Leia's ship and they're just like breaching the doors, and that's how the movie starts.
Yeah, it's in media res.
Yeah, I'm trying a bit. Like, this character is a lot less cautious than the one I played
Yeah,
with Nick.
I thought you did a good job. I mean, I guess the other thing is we only had really one major decision point other than like
The
tactics.
horses.
And that was just follow trail, not follow trail. And we didn't really role play it very well, but we kind of did. And
So-
I think that's saving the
you
wolves
did a
is
good
great.
job of explaining your character's actions in combat and stuff based on your character.
And just to put your mind at ease, my style of DMing leans heavily towards story. Like, there's still combat and exploration, but I like to focus on story, like the reason why you're going to a place, like I made a big point of wanting you all to like Gundren Rockseeker before it started. I did all that before the session, in like session 0 and times leading up to it, and getting you guys to think about how do you know him, what does he mean to you, all this stuff. But especially once you get to, say, eventually you get to Phandelver, things are going to become very RP. And as you start finding characters, there's going to be a lot more opportunity for non-combat interactions. So, although any of these goblins, if you capture them, you could make it an RP session if you wanted to.
With what they were saying to us, I don't want to capture them.
So, well, that's your option.
They weren't
Which was
very
very
relatable
rude.
goblins. Yeah.
What's that?
They weren't very relatable goblins. They were pretty much just dicks all the time.
Oh, you probably wouldn't have had a very meaningful conversation with them. But
There's
Thought
only
maybe
one of
once
us.
they realized I know their language, maybe their stance would soften a little bit. We could find a kind of a center meeting ground in our worldviews, but maybe not.
No, probably not.
I'll say that the two people that learn your languages are either your friends or your enemies. And you're not
Goblins
goblin
have
shaped.
written
You must be an
language or
enemy.
just spoken?
They have a written language.
Okay.
If I open up the player's handbook, I can even tell you what script it uses. It'll just take a second.
I've just seen your character picture, Brad. It's also frightening.
That's true. Well, I shouldn't have eaten those mushrooms.
Oh, jeez.
It was AI generated.
Actually, all of you except for like Ethan are frightening.
I'm not frightening. I'm just wiping blood off my
Is
face.
that blood? Yeah. What?
So, Goblin uses the Dwarfish script as it is.
oh, they use Dwarfish. Okay.
As does Giant and Gnomish and Orc. And even Primordial for some reason.
Weird. Why does it not give you? I just tried to use Goblin Speak in the chat, and Samir didn't understand it.
That's weird.
Well, do you have it written down as maybe Goblin-ish or something like that, and it's tagged as Goblin or something like that, and it's slightly different?
No, it says
Yes,
Goblin.
I-
Goblin.
Well, is
And
that
like
what
I
tribe
have
is?
Goblin in my drop down. I'm jumping back into Fantasy Grounds. I'll mess around with it. That's surprising.
Oh, maybe you'd already. Oh, you disconnected already. Never mind.
Oh, okay.
Well,
I
I'll
just
be back.
sketched that.
Oh yeah, look, even in Fantasy Grounds, it wrote it in the Dwarvish script.
Oh, I guess did Brad just disconnect again?
I'm trying to reconnect. I just acquired the file list. It was wonderful.
Oh, I'm wondering if you do an update mid-session. Oh, there we go. All right.
Beat Goblin to me.
Oh, there we go. Understood by Samir Nazthirdir. So, never mind. Working as intended. I just entered it, and I was like, I didn't register that he had logged out.
I don't think the fact that I speak Regegic will come up.
You speak what?
Regegic.
What the heck is that?
It's my regional language, which would have been my first language, and then I would have learned Giant, and then I would have learned Dwarvish, and then I would have learned Common.
Ah, of course.
Because Common's not that important up in the glacier.
Come on, lady. Learn to speak Common. You're in Common Land now.
Punch. I think
You
the
don't
punch
want to speak common. You can just get out.
Go back
I
to the
think
ice caps or wherever.
I think a punch to the face is a universal language.
I
Maybe I'll just
support that.
pull his underwear over his head and punch him in the stomach. That's also universal.
Surprised it
We
says
could
there's
just
still
step
8
slightly into
people watching.
darkness.
Well, one of them's me.
One of them's me.
Me.
All right, so half of them is us. I'm not on the actual stream. I'm on the studio live like management page. But sometimes I think they count that as a viewer. So that means there's That means there's at least 4 people that are actually watching it. Maybe they fell asleep and they just forgot to turn it off, but
It
they're
happened to be
watching us.
Thursday.
They're watching us not play Dungeons and Dragons.
Well, at one point in time, my friend was in here.
Oh, was someone from your D&D group?
Yeah, so like Shane Aubrey came in. I'm like, oh hey Shane, but my friend's name is Shane, and then Shane responded to me like, oh hey. I'm like, oh, I was talking to the other Shane, but
Oh yeah, does Shane talk about the public transportation system? Usually he'll come in and make some comment about the train or something, and then he'll leave.
he said something about at the SA in Australia. I don't know what was going on.
It's an interesting individual.
I just wanted to acknowledge that he existed.
Yeah. No, he doesn't demand a lot of attention. But he'll usually come in and say some kind of like, what? Like, the buses are on schedule today in Australia. It's like, oh, cool. Then he's gone. Then he's
That's
gone.
my friend Shane. He's my he is my DM on Wednesdays, and he was a player with me today.
Wait, is he the DM that's running Curse of Strahd?
He is.
Ooh.
If you wanted to ask him Strahd questions, he's right here.
No, I don't want to ruin anything. But it is a game that's one that I have wanted to run really bad. But so far since I've been playing again, I also have wanted to play games that are more like D&D, feel like classic D&D. So that's what it's come down to.
Yeah, Curse of Strahd is definitely painful. It's like at first level we're fighting like 4 ghouls, and the next room's like 2 ghasts, and then like 5 wraiths. It hurts.
That reminds me, I don't remember if we went over in a 0 session. How are we going to do leveling up?
I'll basically tell you usually I'll try to remember at the end of a session to tell you we're not doing experience points, so we're doing milestone. So it's basically once you've achieved certain milestones in the story, I'll tell you like, hey, before next session, you need to level up. And the way we'll do level ups is, again, you should look into your resources to figure out how your character, like what's going to happen when they level up, so you can strategize. And then anytime you want onto Fantasy Grounds, you can just let me know. I might not be able to turn it on immediately, but if you give me a heads up, like, hey, can you have it on tomorrow evening, or hit me in the morning and say, can you turn it on tonight or whatever, I can do it. It's not a problem for me to have it on while I'm doing other stuff. Like I was even playing Elden Scrolls earlier with Fantasy Grounds on in the background.
It's Elden Ring.
What?
Elden Ring.
No, it's Elden Scrolls.
Elden
Oh,
Scrolls.
goodness.
I even had Morrowind music playing in the background when I was in my intro video, which I realized the Morrowind music was super low.
It was Elden Scrolls Skyrim.
Elden Scrolls. That's my little.
I'm gonna run away.
Oh, all right.
Have a lovely evening. Thank you so much for allowing me to play with y'all, and I look forward to seeing you or hearing you all in 3 weeks, hopefully.
Right, good night,
I as
Amanda.
well. I was glad to had a lot of fun playing with you, Mr. Slaw.
Nice to meet you, Gila.
And I think we're all looking forward to seeing you in game again.
Gee, thanks.
Night, Amanda.
Night.
Hey, we're getting close to the shushing hour too.
Uh-oh.
Maybe she's leaving because I have to get shushed.
She's gonna
She's gonna shush you by mobile
I don't
phone
want to
as
get
soon as you
shushed
log on.
myself.
She's gonna close out of the stream, come into the room, and shush you.
Gotta check. That's the other thing. It'll be like 11:30, and I'll be like, "Oh, I haven't checked my text messages to see if I got shushed by text yet." That hasn't happened. But you can go now. I'm sorry, I'm messing with you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Mr. Slaw. I'll always love you. Let's see, do not run Death House at level 1, like they say. Okay, yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that too. Well, Death House is supposed to be optional, isn't it?
You could start the campaign at level 3 and skip Death House.
Yeah.
And probably be fine and not make your players super paranoid and afraid they're going to die at every single turn. But if you want your players to be paranoid about how their life is meaningless, you can run Death House. You can tell by the name how inviting it is.
Yeah, no, it sounds great.
Not to judge a book by its cover, but I don't want to play something called Death House.
Well, this campaign is called Curse of Strahd.
Oh, that's much better. Just a Curse of Strahd. Okay, cool, thanks.
Yeah, and Strahd is essentially like Dracula.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, it's a very like gothic horror Dracula Transylvania type setting. So if you're playing Curse of Strahd, it's not going to be about green fields and dragons so much. Not
My
that it's
character
impossible
is-
you'll come in be finding dragons in Curse of Strahd. Not going to say that, but
I don't know.
it's a whole different tone that you're getting into.
So my character is one that has returned from both death and undeath. So my character's walking around the place being like, "Oh, this place is lovely. This impressive mist is very cozy, like a blanket."
Well, did you choose a character with the setting in mind, though? Like something that you thought
Yeah,
would
sure
be
did.
interesting to play in that setting. So
I thought
Well-
it would be somewhat funny to play a necromancer going into Curse of Strahd, one that was at one point in time dead herself and has come back to life and is just kind of looking at this very grim location. It's kind of like, oh, this is pretty nice.
oh yeah, that's good.
You
Yeah,
can
I
start.
think
You could build a house here.
I think when I did pitch Curse of Strahd to my high school group that I started playing with a year and a half ago, but when they found out that there was a reboot of Temple of Elemental Evil, they were just like, no, we're playing that. That was like the pinnacle of our D&D adventures back in the like 1990. So
It definitely has the ability to feel kind of old school in the fact that it is like 13 dungeons, like all linked together. And
well,
that
so
has
far
a-
they haven't experienced it that way.
yeah, I definitely like that you can take it at your own pace.
Yeah, they have yet to. The only time they delved below, it was just more of like a scenic RPG role playing detour that was at least in their minds on rails. It wasn't. They're at a point where they're powerful enough that stuff that they surprise me and stuff they end up taking down. They're at that point now. But they didn't know that, and it could have gotten really bad for them too. But yeah, no dungeon
Which
crawl.
one did they peek? Which one did they peek into?
The Black Earth.
Okay.
I have a question for internet legend Brad. If he's still here.
I did not get what you said. Can you repeat it?
Oh, I just asked if you're new to D&D too. I don't remember.
I played a little bit like 20 years ago, but I think you may as well just consider me new.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So it's basically just Nick and G-Law that know what they're doing.
Well, Ethan has a lot of
Ethan's-
experience.
Oh, Ethan. Okay, so Nick, G-Law, and Ethan. Okay.
And yeah, I mean, I'd say Brad's new for practical purposes, but having played it before, when you're first starting, you still kind of don't know, like, well, what do I do? And it goes past what are the rules? It's more like from moment to moment, what should I be doing right now?
What's the point of this game?
And so I'm guessing Brad probably didn't have so much that problem, but it's
Not
more
really,
about
yeah.
like knowing the technical, like how things get done is pretty new for him now.
It's also
And
that,
it's-
at first level, a magic missile is really good now.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty easy. Well, I mean, also, I'm used to just D&D kind of damage notation and stuff just from playing D&D related video games and stuff. So that stuff's not particularly intimidating at all. It's just go ahead and look at stuff, compare. It's pretty easy.
But yeah, having gotten up to 8th level, Joss, I'd say you've got some experience.
I think I have. most of them, or some of the mechanics down at least. Except we're using a different system than I'm used to.
Well, here,
Like Fantasy
Fantasy Grounds is still a learning curve for me. Like that one spell came up that it didn't seem like it was behaving the way it was supposed to, and it's the sort of thing where it's like I could
Guardian or
The guidance.
the guidance.
yeah.
Like I could probably look that up and figure out either A, someone will go, oh yeah, they entered that thing wrong, or B, it's like, oh no, it's actually you're supposed to do this. It's like what? But it seemed very much like it was, yeah, it was it was not doing the thing that it was supposed to do. as
I also don't think
advertised.
it's as big a deal because it's not like the next roll gets added a D8 or a D4 to it. It's whenever the target chooses to add a D4 to it.
Yeah.
So they might as well just pick the die up off the bottom and roll it themselves.
No,
Yeah.
my other spells seem to work well.
And I've done that a few times with things where it's like, we know what it's supposed to do, and it'll just be like, all right, well, you need to keep track of that, just like you would if you were playing pen and paper, or on a pencil and paper at a table. None of that stuff's automated, so sometimes you're just like, yeah. But
I think one of the benefits of Fantasy Grounds is also one of its drawbacks is that it's automated, so that like it makes it easier for you. But if you're new to playing, you don't necessarily know why the things are occurring, so that doesn't necessarily teach you how to play.
oh no, and in fact, it's the opposite. Like, in order to really use Fantasy Grounds, you need to know what's supposed to be happening. Like, without Fantasy Grounds at all, it just automates a lot of stuff. But you can't use it instead of knowing how to play. You have to. You constantly know the way things should be looking, so that when you're using Fantasy Grounds, you're making it do what it should do. Even though a lot of it is automated and it works well, but like, yeah, especially getting into spell effects and things like that, it can start getting a little bit dicey, for sure.
Like Shane and our group ran into that a bit. Like when the pandemic started, we took our Friday game and tried to move it online, and Shane had invested in Fantasy Ground books as well, and we'd all kind of hopped on and tried to get that stuff to work, and it was going well until two couples in our group had babies, so we just kind of stopped playing during the pandemic.
So selfish.
I know, right?
They know there's
Well,
D&D to be played.
It's very
I'm at
important.
this point heavily vested into Fantasy Grounds. Like, they've had a couple big sales over the years, and when they have, I've just like sort of grabbed a bunch of stuff.
I mean, I like it as I get used to it, like being able to like look up the spells and stuff and what they do within the program is really nice.
And if I had invested in Roll20, I think that's a thing you can do there too. It's just I expected to use it like for the 1 month that the pandemic was going to last. So I'm like, I'm not going to invest in Roll20. So 2.5 years later, it's kind of like, well, maybe I could have, but I own all this stuff in book format. I can just copy and paste it or whatever.
Well, the point I started buying this stuff, it was because I thought I was envisioning something exactly like this happening. I didn't know my D&D group from high school was suddenly going to be like, yeah, let's play again after 30 years. Because I pitched them that idea about 5 years ago, and they were all like, oh, we're too busy with kids and stuff. But it was just I guess it's a matter of like kids at certain ages take more work than others. And now they're more at a point where they can make room for it once every 5 weeks.
The children can automate.
Yeah. I mean, they still got it. There's still a lot of like, oh, it's my son's wrestling match that weekend, or this, that, or it's like soccer. Oh, it's a recital, ballet, whatever. There's still got a lot of stuff going on, but it's not like, oh, I just can't ever find a time to do something like that these days. Which for a couple of them, it seemed like it was like that for a few years.
Yeesh.
But yeah, it was mostly because I was trying to get a game going for Amanda. We got that Pathfinder, the adventure card game, and we were playing it a bit. And all that it really made me want to do was play real D&D. Like I was like, yeah, I just want to play real Dungeons and Dragons.
It at least gets you somewhat familiar with some of the termage and the kind of stuff that occurs in a D&D sort of game.
So yeah, and then I think at that time I had also like Nick, I also figured like you would be up for playing. I think you'd said, and I thought there's probably people through YouTube that I could get together to get a game going. I always like originally what I pitched now was something I was thinking about pitching years ago, whether it was on a stream or not. I wasn't. In fact, I really didn't have an intention of making a stream of it. It's mostly just getting a few friends from YouTube together to play. And that's why I started getting into Fantasy Grounds, because our attempts to get a game going here weren't working. Like the friends that we had come over, they were just like, "Oh, that was interesting," and they're like, "Hey," and I was like, "Hey, did you guys want to come back and play again?" And they're like, "No." All right. So, well, thanks for playing with us for 90 minutes.
A wonderful foray into DMing again. Is that no?
And that's the thing too, is you read about how like there are people dying to have a dungeon master that will run a game for them, because it's like it could be so much work and it's so much effort, and they're like groups where no one wants to DM, and they're like, oh my god, if we could just find a good dungeon master that's willing to like run a game for us, that'd be awesome or whatever. And then I'm just like, will you please play with me? I want a dungeon master a game. Nah. What? I don't know. No.
And the alternative would be going out to meet like people you don't know.
I kind of never really took that too seriously. What we actually did start doing in my apartment complex is there was, and it's gone now, but there was like a community message board, and it was mostly people saying stuff like, "Hey, someone stole my package," or "Hey, my dog, did anyone see my cat?" You know, they post stuff on there.
My
and so,
dog, did anyone see my cat?
whatever. And so then I, at a certain point, was like, we were collecting board games and stuff like that, and I was like, "Hey, does anyone want to start like a gaming, like a tabletop gaming group?" And it wasn't specifically to play D&D, but I got a couple people that were interested. But at that point, Amanda had another job before where it was like insane, like the hours. So she was just never free to do it. And then basically she got free, and then the pandemic hit. So. But,
And now you don't want strangers in your house.
Yeah, now I still don't want them. The ones that do come over don't want to play Dungeons and Dragons. But it's all like Amanda's family and friends by extension. They're the ones that come over.
It's like, I can't remember who was talking about it. Maybe it was you or something like that. But someone was like, maybe it was something that Shaw said. I don't remember. But like, someone's at the grocery store buying a bunch of stuff. I'm like, oh, you're stocking up? It's like, oh yeah, I'm in quarantine, so I need to stock up. And it's like, oh, cool.
That's probably Josh.
It wasn't me.
Oh, no.
It wasn't you? Okay.
I wasn't in quarantine.
I don't remember that. No, it's someone was, they heard like they were in the line at the store or something silly like that, but just someone going into the store to buy other stuff for the quarantine they're supposed to be in.
Oh yeah, I am a contagious AF right now. I'm not even wearing a mask.
Why would they?
Actually, that sounds like a story a patient would have told me and I told you. So maybe it was me. I just don't remember.
I think it might have been you, like on Monday. I don't know when else I would have heard it. Just to be like, oh yeah, great.
I have a lot of those.
Handled all the stuff that you breathed on.
Well, you guys, I think I'm running out of steam here, so I think I'm going to call it a night. You're of course free to continue hanging out in the Discord, but I will be shutting down the stream. It's looking like it's probably just us. Maybe Shane is still here. Maybe James Baker. I don't know. I don't know who still might be here. There may be still 2 actual spectators, but we're gonna shut it down now. So let me see. We'll put my So thank you everybody for being here in session 1 of Dungeons and Dragons Lost Mine of Phandelver, hosted by DM G-Law and friends. And then I go to this screen. Yeah, it's pretty badass.